This conference will now be recorded.
Students can also collaborate now. They can discuss with each other. They can discuss beyond their own colleges also. So that is what collaboration is all about. And with this kind of a collaboration, uh, rest assured, we should be having a better learning environment. Then whatever digital pedagogy we design, it should be inclusive. We know that in the last few months, number of issues were there. We are a country of very diverse resources. People have access to internet at certain places. Certain other places, the internet may be slow. The internet may not be available at all to certain people. The devices to access internet may not be available. So there is a kind of digital divide also. And that digital divide has to be taken care of while designing our digital solutions. We need to look at have nots also, not only those who have certain resources. Then another issue is that this becomes an excuse also for certain people. I've seen, even I've taken PhD vivas also during these uh, this pandemic situation, and they were online. Whenever a student did not want to answer anything, he started doing that hello hello thing, and they were using that excuse that technology is impeding their listening. Whenever they wanted to express something which they knew, the internet became very good. So we had to tell them to go up the roof where the access would be better and get on with the job in a proper way. Don't make excuses. So these things also are going to be taken care of when we talk about this. Then another issue which comes in when we talk of design for inclusion is that students, not all of us, maybe certain engineering students may be uh, more tech savvy, others may not be. Then teachers, another thing, those who are going to deliver, most of the teachers are not exposed to these kind of technologies. You need to train them, you need to also not only train them in terms of technology, sensitize them in terms of making them comfortable using these technologies, because at an age of 50, 60, 40, a person is not so flexible sometimes to change the way he's been doing something for years together. So that kind of a change in mindset for both teachers and students, that is also something which was a challenge in the last few months, and it will be there in the future also, which we need to take care of when we are talking about digital learning. Then digital pedagogy can also ensure better class participation. But better class participation can have a flip side also. How to make sure that the student at the other end is not visible. Normally, our internet is such that we expect that the students or the listeners, they keep their cameras off because bandwidth issues crop up, disturbances are there. So how do we ensure better class participation? That thing has to be taken care of when we are designing this pedagogy. Normally, what is happening now, even for this course also possibly, that is there for every course which is happening online. People they connect and they move around. They have whatever they want to do. Only the connection is there. They're not listening. So that kind of a scenario, how do we take care of that? So these are things which we need to. These are challenges which we have to overcome in this kind of a scenario. So what do we expect out of it? Basic aim is that education should prepare students to understand and deal intelligently with modern life. And digitalization is the most important aspect of modern life. So when we talk of digital pedagogy, we need to look at making sure that students are well equipped to deal with their day-to-day experiences once they move out of our environment of teaching and learning also. So digital pedagogy can be used to encourage contact between students and faculty. When a student is knowing a few faculty members closely, it encourages commitment. We have our own children also, when they were school going, I've seen it practically. In a class, when a teacher is good to a student, good to your child, uh, the child gets encouraged. There is a direct proportion between how your teacher is dealing with the children and how they are learning. This if a teacher is not that open, he's rude or she's rude, then the children try to avoid that teacher. They have a certain psyche in which they are more afraid. They are more bothered about seeing that let's have those 45 minutes or 1 hour elapse go without we getting into any kind of trouble. They are less focused on learning. But if a teacher is good to the children, if they are encouraging to the children, it encourages commitment. So these are some of the things which also are applicable to a digital learning environment. Then it develops reciprocity and cooperation among the students. Learning is enhanced when it is a team effort. When we are planning any kind of a pedagogy, team effort is something which is required. Even I was talking about graduate attributes. There also team effort, group learning is emphasized. A person, because finally when he passes out, wherever he goes to work, he has to work in a team, in a group. And if that group working skills are not there, it becomes difficult for a student, for a person to adjust in the workplace also. So your teaching, be it digital, be it face to face, it has to be such that team effort is emphasized. Group tasks are given, group learning is emphasized. If it is a practical lab class, it should perform the lab together. Projects, case studies, all those tools are available which were there before this digital thing also, and they can be implemented in the digital learning environment also. So any good learning is collaborative and social. Competitive and isolated learning is not that effective. Collaborative and social learning is much more effective. So we need to use active learning techniques also. Students do not learn that much by sitting in the class. They should be made to take part in the class. They should be made to learn themselves. Some of the coursework can be given to them to go through themselves and then discuss in the class. We'll do that as we move forward. Then prompt feedback, both in terms of how the teacher is teaching and how the student is learning. That is very important. Any expectations either from the student or the teacher have to be communicated. What the student wants, what the teacher expects the student to do after learning. So those communication, high expectations, it has to be there. Then diverse talents should be reflected and various ways of learning should be employed to see that those diverse talents are comfortable learning. Every student has different kinds of talents, and we should approach the teaching learning concept in such a way that they can bring out their talents in a proper way. So some of the well-known digital pedagogies include, one is called constructivism. Paget, he gave this theory. He offers a window into what learners are interested in and able to achieve at different stages of the development. So the focus is on what the learners are interested in and able to achieve as we go through the teaching learning process. Another DP which is very common is constructionism. This is contrasting to constructivism in a way that it focuses more on the art of learning or learning to learn. How should we learn? What are the means in which we can learn in a better way? It is more of a theory of education, basically. Then there is another thing which is called andragogy. It assumes that the point at which an individual achieves a self-concept of essential self-direction is the point at which he becomes psychologically adult. So andragogy basically is looking at making an individual, a student, a learner more mature. It is looking at a scenario where he becomes mature enough and he's able to have a self-direction, how he has to move forward. Then it can be assumed that he has psychologically become adult, even though he may be a young boy, young girl in a classroom. Then we are also talking about something which is called active learning. Here students are actively or experientially involved in the learning process. Even when we over the past few years, some of you would be young parents, some would have children grown into adolescents and whatnot. So when we sent our students to kindergarten, we was from that very day we were able to see what experiential learning is all about. Small kids were made to do certain small tasks. They were asked to identify certain things. They were asked to, in fact, I remember that in one of the so-called interviews for a school, my kid was asked to, there was a scissor lying there, a paper lying there. So the school people, the child was taken away from us. He was taken to that activity room, and besides other activities, he was asked to cut that paper using a scissor. So that is something which comes under experiential learning. That is something which starts from the day a student enters a class as a small child, and whether he's doing engineering, management, or any other sciences, arts, whatever he's doing, experiential learning is, active learning is to be part of that digital. Then there is something which is called Web 2.0. This is something which is happening a lot today. And this again is part of our digital pedagogy. It refers to websites that emphasize user-generated content, ease of use, participatory culture, interoperability. So uh, for anybody who's aware of software, basically, software is something which has licensed softwares are available. Then there are open source software. So anybody developing an open source software, there are websites available also where people develop their software modules. They put up those modules there. Those modules are evaluated, they are further used, modified, whatever. So these are a kind of Web 2.20 scenarios where the different learners, the different users, they are able to do whatever they want, generate their own user generated content, and make it available to others. There is a participatory culture. Others will also use it. They'll also modify it. So there is a kind of participatory culture going on. And in good institutes, what is happening is there are coding cultures. What they talk about, that when a student is going to take admission in a particular institute, for example, is interested in, most of the jobs today for an engineering student are in computer science. If you do any core branch also, finally you end up doing a computer science job, you do end up doing a coding job. So when a person comes to your campus, when a company comes to your campus, what are they looking at? There is something called GSOC, or certain other websites or competitions are available. GSOC is a competition which is an open source competition by Google. Students from good institutes, or anybody from any institute, if he is motivated enough and there no teacher involvement, there would be teacher involvement possibly, but that would be informal. Students make their own programs. They send these to this website. They are evaluated. There is a competition also. People are awarded also. So when a company comes to your campus, they are more focused upon these kind of things. Once you've cleared that cutoff, you need a CGP of say 8 or 7 or whatever the criteria is. Beyond that, they'll see what is the coding culture in the campus. In that campus, what kind of profile the students have on these open source websites. A student who has a good profile on this open source website, he'll be recruited. So that is the kind of impact these online sites are making on even employability of students. Then MOOCs, we are all aware about. These are free online courses available for anyone to enroll. Various universities globally are offering those. India, we have SWAYAM and all those things. So besides this, there are certain other aspects of digital pedagogy also. We'll be doing flipped classrooms, blended learning in detail. There are other online educational resources also. There is something called makerspace, where collaborative workspace is available inside a school, a library, or a public private facility is available for making, learning, exploring, and sharing. So that is again a collaborative learning. That is again an open source kind of a scenario. it could be a physical thing, it could be a virtual thing, but then makerspace makes it available for the students, for anybody who's trying to learn, so that he can do what he wants. Then while going through our digital pedagogy theory, we should take care of humanity, ethics, care for nature. These things are today very important. They have to be inculcated. Value-based education has to be inculcated, whatever the means of teaching. Then gaming for education is coming up in a big way. Basically, you play games, you learn through those kind of things. It is a kind of support to complement traditional teaching methods, to improve the learning experience of learners. So while also teaching other skills such as following rules, adaptation, problem solving, interaction, critical thinking skills, creativity, teamwork, good sportsmanship. So all these things, they are uh, improved and they are assessed through gaming for education. You are going in for gaming so that while gaming, you again have a collaborative learning, you learn skills like adaptation, you follow rules. So all those skills which a person should have to be prepared for a life beyond the campus, they can be improved through gaming for education. Then certain online learning objects are also available, which are basically small modular discrete units of learning designed for electronic delivery and use. They are available online. Then when we talk of digital pedagogy, assessment becomes a big issue. We are teaching, and finally teaching requires assessment also. What we need to assess whether the learning outcomes have been met or not. So use of learning management sources, use of social media, internet, whether we should use cloud-based LMS, use mobile phones. How do we go about assessment? In which way we can go in for assessment? Today, proctored exams are being taken by people, but then those things can only be successful if the question papers are such that the solutions can't be googled by a student sitting at home. You need to uh, put more effort in designing your question papers so that these kind of exams are useful. Then setting up of rubrics is very important when you are changing your pedagogy. You are introducing digital pedagogy. We have just learned to design rubrics over the last 10 years for our normal teaching also. Now we are also looking at digital pedagogy. So a certain innovation, certain changes in the rubrics would also be required for assessing a student digitally also. So this was something about digital pedagogy. Now, within digital pedagogy, we'll talk about two of the methods, which is one is called blended learning. So what exactly is blended learning? We can discuss whether online class is good. We can discuss whether offline class is good. And that discussion would depend upon what we perceive as an individual. But at the end of the day, each part has good and bad components. So how do we go about using certain good components of both the parts so that we can get a good blended learning environment? That is what blended learning is all about. So it is combining multiple learning components and learning events to create a meaningful learning. We are combining different components, different methodologies of delivering instruction so that we can come to a situation where we can have some kind of a meaningful learning. So blended learning, what does it afford to us? It gives us increased flexibility in learning. When we say increased flexibility in learning, it basically means that we are looking at learning approaches where the person can use today's technology. We can take into account what the student wants, what are his preferences, how does he want to learn, and we should be able to inculcate different aspects. We can deliver some component in some way, we can deliver some other component of our curriculum in a different way, so that there's some kind of flexibility where a learner is also comfortable, a learning experience is also enhanced, and the instructor is also able to deliver in a better way. So what flexibility is there in learning? First thing is we need to know what learners want to have more say in. A learner basically wants that he should be able to decide what he wants to learn and when he wants to learn and where he wants to learn and how he wants to learn. This is something a learner wants to have some say in. He should be able to, we are talking about curriculum in which we are putting in some kind of electives also. So that is a way in which we are trying to give them some choice in what they want to learn. When they want to learn is today very important. If we are delivering a class in which there is some kind of a recording also, a student has flexibility. This thing I have studied very closely. All of you would have in our, because schools or even academies for coaching and all that, they have been using different ways of going about teaching their students. Some of the teachers, when this thing started, this pandemic started, they were not really very comfortable with the technology. So some started recording small components of the lecture and they started delivering those through, even sending those recordings through WhatsApp. Then slowly and slowly, teachers started delivering lectures through different means, like we are having this through GoToMeet. There will be so many other tools. You'll have Google Meet, you'll have Zoom, and so on. So they started becoming comfortable with that. Parallelly, there were certain other teachers who were giving recorded lectures, and many students, especially those who were looking at making notes also in an online environment, making notes if they were feeling uncomfortable. A teacher normally in an online class is a bit fast, so writing notes parallelly becomes a bit difficult. There, a recorded lecture would give you flexibility to go forward or go backwards. So when he's free and how he wants to learn, that kind of flexibility is afforded if you are giving those kind of different scenarios. A recorded lecture, a direct delivered lecture, WhatsApp instruction, a project, so many things are there. Every student has a different way of going about it, and we should be able to somehow have some kind of a flexibility where these students are able to learn the way they want. So can we provide that kind of a flexibility? That is very important. Then how do we provide learning flexibility? That again has to be assessed. So blending is something which will help us to provide that flexibility. There are 2-3 kinds of classrooms which are being followed nowadays. One is called synchronous or live classroom. Second is also called synchronous, which is again live online format classroom. Then there is something called asynchronous, self-paced format. I, during this pandemic, enrolled for a course from Harvard University. It was a asynchronous self-paced format. The video lectures were available. I could download them. I could make my own pace when I want to read them. If I want to finish that in 6 months, 1 year, 2, that was all available to me in a flexible way. So when we talk of components of blended learning, we have 3 kinds of choices available. So we'll just see what are the different aspects of these. When we talk of synchronous physical face-to-face classroom, what we have been doing since the last so many years, hundreds of years, this is what we have been doing. This is a kind of face-to-face tutoring. You are sitting in a class, the student is sitting in front of it. So the components there would be, you have a physical classroom, you have workshops. Then this kind of a face-to-face thing is also available in physical conferences, which we have been attending so far. Today, nowadays, people are organizing virtual conferences. This workshop which we are attending today, earlier the format was a physical workshop. People used to come and join a workshop at a remote location. Today, people have joined from different places, sitting at their own workplaces or homes, and they are attending the workshop. So meetings, labs, even labs were physical. You could go into a lab physically and perform the experiments. So these were some of the components of physical face-to-face kind of a scenario. Whereas in a synchronous electronic scenario, we have internet conferencing, we have audio conferencing, we have video or satellite conferencing, virtual online classrooms are there, instant messaging is there. In fact, virtual laboratories are there now. Virtual labs are highly successful, especially in software, especially in electronics, also in certain courses. So those virtual labs are something which is an in thing today, and a number of institutes are investing on those kind of infrastructure resources. Then asynchronous component, again a digital asynchronous component would have online self-paced learning content. You'll have web resources available. You'll pace your how fast you want to learn or how slow you want to learn, when you want to learn, that is available on the resources are available. You decide your pace. Then emails, discussion forums, different web-based computer instructions, books available online, articles available online, CD-ROMs giving you the learning material, audio tapes, video tapes. So all these things are asynchronous. Asynchronous basically is it is not live. There you here we've seen archived live event. So when an event has already taken place, a class was delivered online, but the recording was put on the net. So that becomes a asynchronous learning part also. It is a archived component learning resource. So within the scope of today's presentation, we'll review some of the advantages and disadvantages of a few synchronous and asynchronous components of blended learning. Now, when we talk of classroom, what is happening there? The students are sitting in front of you. You can motivate them physically. One-to-one contact is possible. The students can respond in a much better way. Here in this kind of a scenario where we have this video conferencing going on, responsiveness becomes a bit difficult. Say I have handled groups of 1,000 participants also. If all 1,000 start responding at the same time, this thing would become useless. So there, in an online thing, responsiveness has to be monitored in a certain way. But within a classroom scenario, interactiveness, responsiveness, sharing of experiences becomes much more easy. Team building, another thing is very important here. You can build a team in a classroom. You can convert them into groups where they can work together. Disadvantages are your class is as good as the caliber of your instructor. How prepared he was for that lecture, whether he actually is a good instructor, and all those things, they are part of this thing. But in a online thing, an instructor is prepared in a different scenario because he can't really beat about the bush in an online scenario. He has to come prepared. Scheduling becomes an issue. You have a fixed timetable. Even if you have certain other activity scheduled, you have to come to the class. You either leave the class or you leave the activity which was also important for you. Then the audience is limited in a classroom. Only those who can be physically present, they are your audience. Unlike a virtual audience, which can be a huge audience which is available anywhere. Then you need to travel to your class. It is a physical movement which comes into play. So those kind of disadvantages are there in a classroom scenario. For a self-paced learning, the online self-paced learning advantages are you can learn anytime, anywhere. Time saving is there. Cost efficient means learner control is there. Learner can decide his own pace, decide his own timing, decide when he's more comfortable learning. Certain people are good nighttime learners, certain people are good daytime learners, so they can decide. Bandwidth becomes an issue in a video conference, so that is a disadvantage. Certain high graphics kind of learning materials, they may not be accessible where the bandwidth issues are there. Interaction becomes less in a offline kind of a scenario where self-paced learning is there, video recordings are there, interaction is not there. Development costs are involved, costs of development in terms of time, cost, that has to be something which requires to be taken care of. It is a kind of disadvantage. CD-ROM is more engaging. Here you can pick up the kind of learning you want, and that CD-ROM you can use anywhere. You can carry it along with you also, and wherever you are, you can use it. No internet connection required. Content updating and distribution is an issue because CD-ROM, once it has been made, you can't really update it real time. Whereas in an other this kind of a scenario, like I'm presenting a presentation based on the feedback, based on my delivering this presentation, while I'm going through it, I'll come to know that where I was weak, where I was doing better, what changes would make it even more better. So those kind of flexibilities are not there in CD-ROM. Lack of peer-to-peer interaction in a classroom scenario, even online or even offline, you can interact with your colleagues. Here in a CD-ROM scenario, there's no peer-to-peer interaction. Development cost again is a issue. Video conferencing savings are there, participation, visual contact is there. Quality becomes an issue for video conferencing if the internet is an issue. Technical support is required. That becomes, you always need somebody who's managing that particular video conference. Otherwise, it may go haywire. So you need a person who's taking care of the technical part while this conference is going on. So after going through these slides, we have some sense of the capabilities of some of these components of blended learning. Now, how do we blend them? So when we are trying to blend these, one of the components is blending offline and online learning. You can blend both offline and online learning. Another way is blending self-paced and live collaborative learning. Some part of your curriculum should be delivered in a self-paced mode or recorded mode, rest of it live collaborative. Blending structured and unstructured learning. Blending custom content with off-the-shelf content. Blending learning, practice, and performance support. So all these are different ways in which we can blend. Now, when we are trying to make a right blend, this particular diagram will give us some idea of the issues which we need to take care of. So some of these dimensions in this diagram would be institutional issues, pedagogical, technological, interface design, how to evaluate, how to manage the resources, then ethics are involved. So all these things have to be taken care of while blending, while designing coursework, while creating a learning environment. So when we talk of institutional issues, what kind of issues would be there institutionally? Administrative affairs, academic affairs, student services, they are part of the institutional issues. Whenever any kind of learning is being proposed, your administrative structure should be supportive. It should be giving you the right kind of resources, giving you the right kind of support, and giving you the right kind of change in rules and regulations to make it successful. Academic affairs, again, whatever you are going to teach in whichever way, it should be passed, approved by your academic department. And the evaluation scheme, the delivery scheme, that also changes when you are blending. So that has to be, again, approved by them. Student services, students should be helped to adapt. Then pedagogical trainings, what are those? Those changes include you need to define your learning objectives, goal analysis it is called. What are the learning objectives through this blended learning? Whether there was any change in your learning objectives, whether there was any modification in that you need to determine. Audience analysis. What are the needs of your audience? What kind of students you will be dealing with? What kind of learners you will be dealing with? What is the best for them? That you need to decide. Content analysis, very important. You need to decide which content can be delivered better in which way while blending. Certain content can be delivered easily through a particular way. That another content may not be possible to be delivered that way. So you need to make that right blend by analyzing the content to be delivered. Medium analysis, which medium to use, design approach. Medium analysis is also important. Like sometimes the mechanism of delivery being provided to you by your institutes may be something which may not be reliable, which may not be that robust, and it may fail again and again. Then your effort becomes useless. So medium should be proper, it should be having proper robustness, its fidelity should be tested, and it should be something which should be uh, time tested in a way that it doesn't, because this is a new educational scenario, and in this, if your medium is also failing, both the learner and the deliverer both get discouraged. Then how to design that content, methods and strategies to go about it, they are part of your. Then technological infrastructure in terms of hardware, in terms of software, has to be planned and made available to make this a success. Interface, very important. A user-friendly interface is important. Interface should be properly designed. It should be something which is accessible, navigatable, and its usability testing should be done. I was talking about robustness. That should be properly tested so that it doesn't fail when a teacher is going in for a class. Then evaluation, assessment of learners, what kind of learners you have, and how can they be best assessed by using your blended technique. Some part of it you can assess all through offline, uh, some part can be assessed through case studies. Since time immemorial, in good institutes, open book tests have been put in place. So open book tests were something which were considered good enough since the last 30-40 years. Universities, some of the universities in India also have been using that. So you have to decide how to assess, and rubrics for that have to be designed. Then evaluation of the instruction and learning environment, very important. Management, how do we maintain the learning environment, its maintenance in terms of technology, in terms of distribution of resources, distribution of information. If you expect that you are blending, you are looking at so many resources to be taken care of, and then you expect that the teacher on his own can do all those things. No, a proper support system has to be made available so that new teaching learning environment through blending can be maintained. A support structure to maintain that, to put up resources online. Some resources have to put on your LMS, some resources have to be managed through online mode, some through offline mode. A proper resource center should be there, which should be doing all that. So resource support in terms of online support, instructional counseling support, in terms of technical support, career counseling, online, offline resources, a proper resource center would make this much more successful. Ethical issues come in. There'll be cultural diversity, there'll be bias, there'll be a digital divide we were talking about. In fact, recently we heard that in Punjab government distributed smartphones to girl students in schools. So that initiative was to somehow bridge the digital divide. Government school children from certain backgrounds who could not afford those phones, they were provided those so that the digital divide can be bridged. Plagiarism becomes an issue, copyright becomes an issue. So all these things have to be taken care of while using any kind of resource. Online resources also have certain legal or privacy issues, plagiarism issues. We need to take care. So a simple example of blending would be some portion online, some portion through the classroom. In this particular diagram, we are trying to denote that in the classroom, new material was presented, opportunities were provided for students to apply and practice knowledge and skills that they learned in the online portion. So SWAYAM is an online course which we in India can easily do. So when we talk of blended learning, we need to put three things in place: people, process, and product. So when we talk of people, we need to have teams in place, and those teams should be planning, designing, evaluating. Process includes designing the content, and product is making the blueprint so that that content is actually produced. Then teams would also be required for production, for instruction, for support, admin. Certain institutes have specialized educational resource creation sales also. Like we at NITTR, we have a education TV kind of a cell, and it is also called a media cell. So their instructional material is always being prepared. There the lectures are being recorded. Anybody can come and use the resources. So that kind of a resource, if it is available in the institute, you need to have a studio for that. You need to have a team which will do the production part of it. A teacher will deliver his lecture as per the format decided, but the production has to be done by the team. So this is what the model would be about. Again, the same thing here, and this is something which can be used to monitor various steps while going about preparing these resources, and responsibilities can be fixed. Now we come to certain blended learning models. What are the different blended learning models which are being used normally? The first model which normally is being used today is a supplemental model. This is something which we have been doing earlier also. It is not something very new. Here we retain the basic structure of the course. Number of contact hours, for example, there's a class on mathematics. The curriculum defines it as contact hours 50. So that will be retained as 50 contact hours. But some lectures and textbooks can be provided through ICT. That is just supplementing a traditional scenario. That is called a blended model 1. Blended model 2 is a replacement model. In a replacement model, what happens is we replace some of the class meetings. We reduce the number of in-class meetings. Physical class meetings we reduce. How do we reduce that? We reduce it by providing some class activity. In place of that, we provide certain online content. So that is very important. Today we are looking at a scenario of 45-minute lecture and not more than 4 in a day. So how do we actually cover our curriculum? How do we go about it? This model could be a help. You can provide some online content to supplement, to help or replace some of the classroom content. Then certain institutes in the replacement model are also providing online computer labs or virtual labs where students can log in and they can practice. Simulation having user interface where experiments are actually performed. So these kind of labs are being made available. And these labs are not only about demonstration. In a simulation lab, you can actually perform the steps. And most of us who know how labs work, uh, it sometimes the simulation lab can sometimes give you better results, because we know, even for example, chemistry's lab is there in which salts are to be tested by a child. In a lab scenario, normally we know the salts, what is their quality. Some of them get mixed up. A student is asked to make certain experiments and then smell that salt or check the color, and 9 out of 10 times the smell which is expected to come out doesn't come out. The color change is not that clear, and a student is in a fix. That is not because he doesn't know it. That is because the equipment, the salts, the whatever we are providing is not good enough. But in a simulation scenario, his knowledge, his learning is being tested in a proper way. He has to go through all the steps which he would have done physically, but the result would be very clear. The result would be such that he can easily tell you what that sort was, or what that particular experiment he was trying to do. In electronics, for example, with aging components, if you go in for experiments, the curve which should come doesn't come. So that is because the same thing, if you're doing through a simulation thing, that will give you a better learning scenario sometimes. Third model is Emporium model. It eliminates all lectures. In this model, all lectures are eliminated. It is replaced with a good learning resource center. The institute should have a very good learning resource center. That center should manage or feature interactive software and on-demand resources. It should have interactive tutorials, it should have exercises, it should have solutions to frequently asked questions for that particular course. Online quizzes and tests should also be managed through this resource center. So students will come to the class, no bar on them coming physically to the classroom, but a lecturer is not delivering the lectures. Yeah, the lectures have been replaced by online resources. So depending upon the type and need of learners, resources are provided. Different ways of learning are there for the same content on the in the resource center, and a student can access whichever way he feels more comfortable with. So that is the Emporium model. Then another model is called fully online model. It eliminates in-class meeting. Students don't come to the class. Web-based multimedia resources with software are provided. Individual faculty members design and deliver multiple course sections. Web-based material is used as supplement. Instructors are directly interacting, answering queries, and teaching online. So software enables self-pacing, provides built-in monitoring system and online evaluation. So that is the beauty of a fully online model. Here you are not actually coming to the class. Instructors are delivering lectures. Those lectures are also available online. Web-based material is also supplementing you, and you have certain flexibility in actually going about the whole process. Evaluation is also built in that system. Online evaluation is being done. Then there is something called buffet model. We all know that when we buffet word we introduce with basically a restaurant. We go there, we pay a certain amount, n number of dishes are available, number of varieties of dishes are available, and we are able to customize what we want to eat. Whatever you like, you can pick up from there, and for the same amount which you paid, you can eat as much as you want. You can uh, pick up whatever is available out of a very large variety displayed there. Similarly, in a buffet model, there are n number of varieties of learning resources which are available to customize. Here, online assessment of students' learning style and study skills are also done. Students are first of all assessed online. What are their learning styles? How do they? What are the study skills? So accordingly, you are actually providing them solutions. An assortment of individual offerings is there. Every individual student will have customized offering in a way, whatever is best fit for him. And but those different customized offerings, finally, for a group of students, you are finally going to reach the same learning objectives. You are trying to meet the same learning objectives. The methodology, the path to reaching those is going to be different for each student, and for that an analysis is done so that the best fit is available for each student. Then we have something which is called linked workshop model. It retains the basic structure of college level classroom course. For example, we were talking about number of contact hours, 50 contact hours for a physics theory class. So for that basic structure is retained. However, the change in this linked workshop model is that we have certain remedial classes also in TEQIP 2. That concept was introduced. Earlier, we used to call them independent study, where students used to go. There were formal remedial classes, physical classes started under TEQIP 2 in engineering institutes. So in this blended model 6 linked workshop model, we are looking at normal basic structure of class level course, but workshops for remedial purposes. Basic aim is that those workshops should be able to identify that a student is weak somewhere, try to remove those weaknesses, and that workshop is online. That workshop is not offline. That part in this blending is the remedial part is online. A student is given certain components where he is weak, so that he is able to overcome his weaknesses and he is able to carry forward. Because most of the curriculum, especially in professional courses, is interlinked. A number of courses have certain prerequisite components. You need to be proficient in something before you can pick up a course in the next semester or next year. So those weaknesses are removed through online remedial classes in blended module 6. So these are some of the models which are normally used for blending a classroom. Then another method which is now being used is flipped classroom. Now, how do we reach more learners through a flipped learning kind of a scenario? What is happening in flipped learning? And this you can also use. For example, some of us are taking classes online. This flipping you can also do so that you can easily involve students in a much better way, because this kind of a lecturing may not be able to involve students. But if you are going for flipping of some components, that involvement is a kind of forced. Student has to be involved. So here the learners are first exposed to new material or knowledge prior to the class, using videos of lectures, reading materials or handouts. You send them learning material beforehand. It could be a recorded lecture, it could be a video, it could be some kind of case study, it could be some reading material or handout. He is supposed to read that material when he comes to the class. So basic idea he has. So valuable class time is saved. Online class time is limited. You can't have that kind of a contact through online means due to rules, regulations, and health issues. So valuable class time you can save by giving them the material before he comes. He's supposed to read that material before he enters your class. And then you use the learners in a discussion. You try to assimilate the content which was provided. You can give them problems, you can give them get them into a discussion on that particular content you had given to them. You can have a debate depending upon the kind of study which you are teaching. If it is a literature class, you can have a discussion on whatever they had read, or particular story was sent to them. A critic on that can be done. If it is a technology class, a problem can be given, a project, a group task, whatever. So that will enhance the learning. Earlier, what was happening was that we were basically looking at teaching the students lower skills in a classroom. Higher skills were being given to them as homework. Now we have flipped that. Lower skills he'll do at his home, the higher skills will be dealt with in the classroom. That is the flip part. So flipping will help you to speak the language of today's student. It will help busy students. It will also help struggling students. It will help students of all abilities to excel in this class. Allows students to pause and rewind their teacher. Increases teacher and student interaction, because the actual interaction with the teacher would be in terms of problem solving, in terms of discussion. It is not a one-way monologue which a teacher delivers in a class and moves out. So that way, teacher will know his student better and student will know his teacher better. So when we flip a class, we are looking at educational technology, we are looking at learning through activity also, and we are looking at the learning environment where both these things are influencing the different relationship dimensions, personal growth dimensions, and system maintenance and change dimensions. So what are the key elements in a flipped classroom? It provides an opportunity for students to gain first exposure prior to the class. In very good institutes, if you are talking about IITs and all those things, this thing was happening earlier also. very good students were there. They used to read the lecture when they came to the class. A teacher had to be prepared when he came. He can't just speak anything and you can pick it up. He has to be well prepared when he enters the class, and he has to deliver whatever the student is asking. He has to solve their problems. A well prepared teacher was a necessity there, and that is something which will be a necessity even in institutes which are of average caliber in terms of teachers or students also. What was happening was, you deliver anything, neither the student is interested nor the teacher is preparing well, and nobody's cross questioning. But in a flipped classroom, a student is supposed to come after reading the text and he has some queries in his mind, and you are supposed to address those queries in the classroom. So your own preparation has to be much better. So how do we encourage a student to make this a success? First thing is that you need to provide some kind of incentives for students to prepare for the class. He should be incentivized that whatever material has been sent to him, he should come after reading that. So that incentive could be in different ways, and that we'll discuss further. Then we need to provide a mechanism to assess student understanding, whether he was able to understand whatever was sent to him. Then you should provide in-class activities that focus on higher level cognitive activities. Here in a traditional classroom, what we were focusing on in the class was remembering, understanding, applying. The actual problem solving, the project creation, the higher level cognitive skills like analyzing, evaluating, creating, they were given as a homework. So the flip is now, classroom homework would be remembering, understanding, applying. The lower cognitive skills would be homework. He has to come after reading your lecture, and higher level activities would be in the class, analyzing, evaluating, creating. So that will increase the understanding part much more for a student. Group tasks can be given, so functioning in a group in a classroom, peer interaction, all those things get improved in a flipped classroom scenario. So in a flipped scenario, we are looking at flexible environment, we are looking at a learning culture, we are looking at intentional content, and a professional educator also. So when we say flexible environment, educators can create flexible spaces in which students choose when and where they learn. Further, educators who flip their classes are flexible in their expectations of student timelines for learning and in their assessment of students' learning. An educator should be able to understand what time a student would take when he's reading the content on his own. He should be flexible, he should take their needs, requirements into account, and his assessment of their learning speeds, their learning capability, that is something which is very important. Learning culture has to be created. Class time should be dedicated to exploring topics in greater depth. Basic understanding is something which you have done at your places. In the classroom, you are exploring topics in greater depth, creating a rich learning opportunity. So students are actively involved in the knowledge construction in a flipped classroom. Intentional content would include educators continually thinking about how they can use the flipped learning model to help students develop conceptual understanding and procedural fluency. So teachers are always thinking how best to maximize class time, how best to create a more student-centered active learning environment. Educator should be very professional. He should continually observe their students, providing them feedback, how they are performing and all that. Educators should also reflect on how they are actually trying to teach, how they are connecting with others to improve their instruction. So all these things, a teacher should also accept constructive criticism and feedback, and he should be able to because in a classroom, more discussion would be involved, more problem solving, higher cognitive skills would involve, some kind of pin drop silence cannot be expected in this kind of scenario. We should be able to control the chaos in the classrooms and to some extent tolerate that chaos also. So in a flipped classroom, we are looking at students, again I'll just go through it. Students are looking at lower levels of cognitive work, and inside they are focused on higher levels of cognitive work. So when the higher level of cognitive work is being done with the support of their teacher, with the support and interaction with their peers, he is able to do it in a much better way, and learning would be enhanced to a great degree. So this is again the same thing, but we've given it in a flow chart, what was happening earlier and what is happening now. So benefit, we can provide opportunity for differentiated learning, we can make students become independent learners, we can promote active learning focused on developing higher order skills, we can promote peer interaction and collaboration. Individuals interact with content prior to the class time. Learners get an opportunity for individualized attention because the content which was to be delivered has already been studied by the students. Individualized attention can be given by the teacher to each student. Learning becomes more prominent compared to teaching. Now the focus is on learning. Focus is not on delivering a lecture or teaching. It increases efficiency, it maximizes the class time. So these are some of the advantages of flipped classroom. Now, while deciding what to flip, very important, we should choose small topics initially. Something which can be, for example, explained in 15-20 minutes. You can pick up that kind of a topic, material for that, or a recorded lecture for that can be sent to the students. This thing would work much better if you give them topics which they can understand relatively well on their own, where the concepts are understandable at the level of a student. That kind of a topic should be given for flipping, because you need to decide finally which topic can be flipped, which topic a teacher has to in fact explain. It cannot be really comprehended by the student directly. So various resources can be used. Free resources are also available. Videos can be uploaded. All these things can be used to give the material to the students. So this is something about a flipped classroom. Now, when you are actually implementing your flipped classroom, you need to take care of certain things. One is that you need to have a goal very clear. You need to practice a more student-centric pedagogy. Flipped pedagogy is about engaging students in active learning experiences. It is not about just delivering a lecture. In this, the instructors structure basically 6 kinds of active learning environments. The students work individually or collaboratively. So all those things you need to take care of. The first thing which you need to take care here is that you need to define the content, scope, learning objectives, and instructional strategies very clearly in a flipped classroom. You need to first of all decide that. Then you need to see how will the students meet the learning objective. Will the students create a project? Will they solve problems? Which instructional approach will fit best? So all these things you need to take care of when you are going out deciding a flipped scenario. You need to also decide what do you want your students to know or be able to do at the end of that experience. You should document how will you be able to assess what they can do. So those things need to be initially decided. Then you need to take care that a student should be able to gain familiarity with the new material before the class. That thing he should be given enough time for. So you need to plan and prepare new instructional material. That is something you need to do. Then decide what is the best way to communicate and present the new material. Then you need to find a means to communicate that. You want to send it through radio, through email, through a video lecture, whatever, simulation. Then you need also to decide which activities are there that motivate the students to prepare before the class. You need to decide certain activities which will be able to motivate them to prepare before the class. So you need to, like we were discussing earlier, also incentivize them so that they are able to prepare. So monitoring comes in here. You can ask them open-ended questions online through for that content, so that uh, until and unless they have read that content, they are not able to answer that. So that makes them able to. They are forced to basically go through that content. Then you can also ask them to prepare presentations, ask them to bring resources, research examples. All those things are very important. If they have learned that, if they've gone through the content, they may be encouraged to get certain problems, research examples, certain case studies. So if somebody's that way you can assess whether he's actually gone through that content. Then you need in-class activities that provide students opportunity to deepen the understanding. That those in-class activities need to be prepared for a flipped classroom. Here, high-level cognitive activities should be focused upon. Then another step which is very important here is that in the first 10 minutes you review that lecture which you had sent to them. Any queries they have, any questions, you should answer first. And then you can go in for a problem giving, a case study discussion, whatever. How the student will continue the experience from in-class activity to outside the class. First, they prepared the lecture outside, then they had an in-class experience in terms of higher cognitive skills. Now, how do they continue after the lecture also? It is not something which has to be left at the end of the class. So those things also have to be emphasized on. Practice should be emphasized. Students should practice whatever has been delivered. Then evaluation and assessment is a part which needs a good amount of focus in this. You need to review feedback, whatever has worked well, what has not worked well in that experience, then modify your flipped classroom experience. So this is something which I wanted to discuss with you, and thank you for this opportunity. Any discussion we can have, because all of you are teachers, you have been doing all these things and you will be doing these things in future also. So we can always share your own experience in implementing some or the other components. You may not really be knowing this is a flipped model, but you may be doing it as far as your own practice is concerned. Thank you so much. And
Thank you so much, sir, for a wonderful session. I extend my vote of thanks to the eminent personality, Dr. Sandeep Singh Gill, actually who deserve a gratitude in abundance. He is a person with a challenging vision for the future. Thank you, sir, for explaining and clearing the topic so well. Thank you for gracing the occasion and sparing your valuable time with us. Thank you for sharing with us your vision for education and future. We will definitely see that we implement these kinds of technique in our education so that we can go well with the technology. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for the session.
thank you, man.
I request all the participants that the second session we will be starting at 11:30 and Dr. Parampal Singh will be heading the session. So there is a break of half an hour for the session. We will be starting sharp at 11:30. Thank you so much. Due to the
This
COVID
conference will
situation,
now be recorded.
due to the COVID-19 situation, we are organizing this FDP online. So I welcome all the participants over here. And I welcome the speaker of the day, Dr. Parampal Singh, who is working as an associate professor and HOD in Department of Business Administration, Guru Nanak Dev University. He has completed his PhD in marketing from Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. He has done his MBA in marketing from Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. He had completed his MSc Honours and had been a gold medalist in microbiology from Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. He had also cleared two UGC Management and UGC Microbiology. He has almost 20 years of teaching experience and 2 years of industrial experience. He has in his hat a number of publications, including international publication and national publication. He had 16 international level publication and 8 national level publication. He had also published a number of books, including 14 books are published. He had attended various conferences at national and international level. uh, he had been attended number of FDPs and short-term courses at IIM Indore, IIM Udaipur, IIM Trichy, IIT Roorkee, and NITR Chandigarh. He had presented different papers at different prestigious institutions, including IIM Ahmedabad. He had been an expert in providing and delivering lectures in at Air FM Gold Step EAC, and he had conducted different management development programs for managers at Podda Tires. He had been guiding more than 80 students for research projects at MBA level, and he has successfully completed two students who had been under his guidance for PhD purpose, and a number of more students are under his guidance for PhD dissertation. He is also a member of Board of Directors on Vardhaman Textile Limited, Ludhiana. So we welcome you, sir, for the session organized by Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College and sponsored by AICTE. I also request the participant to welcome expert in the field. I welcome you, sir.
Good morning, Professor Mandeep. It's really nice and a crisp introduction that you have given about me. With all your permission, we can start this session, which I'll be taking up on the learning processes and the essence of teaching. So before starting this session, I would like to congratulate all the participants. I would not say you as participants, I would address you as my colleagues, because we are into the same fraternity, into the teaching fraternity. So I congratulate all being a part of this 15-day FDP program, in which you must have learned, if I'm not mistaken, a lot regarding the teaching pedagogies, especially in the engineering field, and what upcoming issues and upcoming ways or innovative ways of teaching would have been taken up. So few of the participants I know, and I would request that if possible and if no inhibitions are there, we can have a two-way interactive session. So for that, I'll be needing your visuals. If you can switch on your cameras, that would be great. So we have Mr. Kuller, because I know as Surinder Singh Kuller is there, then Ruchi is there, and so many other teachers are there. If possible, I would request you to switch on your cameras so that we can have your visuals and we can have a two-way kind of a communication, because a lot of theory has been discussed already regarding the understanding about the learning process and how is this done. So I will be sharing my views regarding all these issues. So let us start with, I hope my screen and is visible to you and I'm audible to you. If you are facing any glitches, do let me know so that we can fix it up right now. So let us start with the Is my camera not working? Can you people see me? Can I have a Rimmel? Is my voice
Yes,
and
sir.
my visual
Yes,
is
sir, you are
okay?
visible. Your screen is also visible.
Okay, so nice. I think that was Ruchi.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I still remember your voice. That's good to
Yes,
see
sir.
you.
Yes, sir, I am very lucky to hear you again after so much years.
It's always a pleasure to have students like you.
Thank you, sir.
So let us start with it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So before starting all that nitty-gritty and the issues of teaching students, let us focus on this very particular slide here. I'm starting from the very basics. You must have, if you remember your childhood, or as most of us are married, most of the participants and my fellow colleagues are married, and they have raised their children. I think all of you would be remembering these these invaluable moments that is happening. So I would first focus on the first three pictures in this collage. The first picture on the extreme upper left hand side is a parent holding the hands of a child and helping him to say take the first steps towards the long and never ending race of the life. I think all of you would be remembering this. Now you will tell me this thing, because I'm going to be a lot of interaction would be there, because I'm not a person who's going to have a one-way communication. So do you remember this, that once children you hold a hand, was he able to walk properly? Any one of you? I want to have an interactive session. Just made it very clear. Any one of you? Any one of you can switch on the mic and we can have it. Okay. Ruchi, I can see you visuals now. So
Yes, sir.
I think that the moment you hold a hand of a child and help him to walk, he is able to walk properly. Similarly, on the right hand corner, upper collage, you see a person or a child messing up with the while he is eating. He cannot eat properly and he'll mess up everything. He simply spill all that eatables on his on his dress and all that stuff. He would he would color himself with all that eatables. He is learning. Third, the moment when a child starts to learn bicycle, again everything is okay up till this stage. Now the problem comes in the last quarter, or this last manner, in which the child learns how to find the things he loves the most. This is the most difficult part of learning, because when a child is asked to give something which is very dear to him, something which he wants like anything, you want him to share, him to or her to share with someone else. That is the most difficult part of learning for a child. It may be very easy, you would say give it to him, but this, remember this thing, this is the most difficult part of learning, when you have to part with the ways or the things that you really love. Now let me share a couplet here, or let me share an incident here. This is all we are talking about, the human learning. Now the basis of this human learning comes from the animal learning. I often keep on discussing with my students about this thing, that if we take an example of a deer, when a young baby deer is born, and the moment he drops on the floor, he has just a time of 1 minute. I'm repeating, he is having just a time of 1 minute. In this 1 minute, that calf or that young one has to stand. It has not to walk, it has to start running in that 1 minute. It has to learn doing this thing in one whole minute. Because if it is not done on his end, then it's survival of that calf, or the survival of that sibling, or the survival of that young is just 10%. So what I mean to say over here is the moment we are born and the moment we are at the deathbed, we are learning, we are learning, and we are learning. And we should be thankful to God. All of the teachers who are a part of this fraternity, we should be thankful to God that we are into this kind of a profession where we are given a responsibility to make other individuals learn. Mind it, it is the most difficult profession. And you'll be surprised to know, sharing about the facts with you people, teachers are the highest paid individuals. I'm not talking about or I'm not going to discuss this discussion that in India this is not happening, but you'll be surprised to know teachers are the most highly paid profession in the world. And to add to it, if we take about a case of Japan is the only country in the world where the teacher has got a right to fix a light on his car. This is the responsibility which we people are having, and this is the command, and this is the command of respect we are commanding in terms of our students, But where has it gone? Where it has gone? We see teachers complaining upon this thing that, sir, बच्चे आजकल, I'm coming to my home language and my mother language, कि सर जो बच्चे हैं वो टीचर की इज्जत नहीं करते. But ask this question, all of us should ask this question, क्या टीचर को इज्जत करानी आती है? Remember this thing, all the fraternity, people belonging to the same fraternity, what are we giving to the students? Are we making them learn something? What is it that we are giving? What is it that they should be interested to listen to us? Remember this thing, we are all living in this kind of a setup where a child is not ready to learn or ready to listen to what his or her parent is saying. And you are nowhere near the parent. You are not nowhere near the parent. We are the teachers, and we as teachers have to do a step ahead. We have to go a step ahead so that our students are in a position to learn and to respect. So let us go forward with that. So I'm with the starting note. Let us go with the process of discussion. Now let us understand why it is happening, why it is like that we are facing all these issues, because the answer lies in this slide. Teacher must understand the fundamentals of learning to make teaching effective. You have to be very, very clear what you are going to teach to your students. Remember it, if you are going to teach your student for an hour, you should have done your homework for at least 1.5 or 2 hours, so that you should know what you are going to talk. It should not be an extempore. Next is the term learning covers every modification in behavior to meet environmental requirements. Again, this couplet signifies 3 important points. First is learning, second is modification of the behavior, and third is environment. Remember this thing, that the time and the environment in which a student is going to work, in a student in which he is going to act, will make all the difference and will make him or her be a good learner or not. So being interactive with you people, any questions up to this point, or any discussions, or any kind of inputs you want to people want to give at this point? Otherwise I'll be moving forward. Okay, so let us discuss further that what has happened actually, that as the age has progressed, as we progress in our life, the moment and the way in which we learn, that keeps on changing. We need to understand this thing, that as our age progresses, our ability to learn goes on decreasing. So we have to be very clear about this thing, that how the learning has to take place and how this behavior has to be modified, uh, so that we are able to move into a kind of a setup. So what is the impact that a learning has? I would again ask that, is my screen visible to you people?
Yes, sir.
Is my voice audible? Is
Yes,
it
sir.
visible?
Everything. Yes, sir. Visible and voice is also
Okay.
clear.
Okay, that's good and great. So let us see what the impact of this learning can be. The first is knowledge and understanding. This is the first thing that learning will provide you. It will provide you with the knowledge. And mind it, knowledge has to be tacit. It has to be complete. Because if the knowledge is incomplete, then the understanding won't be there. And if the understanding won't be there, then you won't be in a position to make other people learn. Second is it enhances the skills and the capabilities. As you learn, your capabilities to handle different situations and your skills, they are sharpened. Third is it is a great motivator. It adds to an attitude of an individual, and it totally changes the personality of an individual. So these are some of the basic slides. So I'm taking the definitions of the learning. I'm going quite quick in those definitions. Learning is a relatively permanent change in the behavior that occurs as a result of experience. So the best way to learn is to experience. This is what has been given. So let us understand this thing. The classroom teaching is good. Your theoretical concepts, they need to be clarified. They need to be made clear about. But the best way of teaching is through experiencing. And this we'll cover in the few slides next to come. Learning is a process by which a person constructs, again, another dimension. He constructs the knowledge, he constructs the skills, and he constructs the capabilities. So what does learning involve? Learning involves behavior modification. Learning is a continuous, never-ending process. Learning is active as well as passive. What are these? What are these? How are they occurring? We'll be doing in due course of time. Learning is transferable if it is done properly. There's a question mark here. Next is it is essential for the growth and development. And remember this thing, learning might not necessarily always be positive. It can be negative also. Now, these are the 7 basic laws of learning. I don't know whether other people have covered it or not. If they have covered, then in that case, I'd be going very fast in it. But I don't think these Thorndike's 7 laws of learning have been covered. So let us talk about the readiness. The basic needs of the students need to be satisfied. Readiness means the student who is going to learn, he should be mentally and physically ready. How is it possible? It is only possible when the basic needs of the students are satisfied. I'm talking here about the Maslow's need hierarchy. People from the management might be knowing it. The base of the pyramid, that is the physiological needs, that you have roti, kapda or makan. These have to be met. These are the basic needs of a student. I'm not including the basic needs of the students as a good mobile phone and an internet connectivity. But yes, I might stand wrong here right now, because when I'm talking about the internet connectivity, nothing is going to be possible in this pandemic of COVID-19, because everything is being happening online, and you people are also online, and I'm also giving a lecture online. Okay, fine. He should not have any distractions from the outer responsibilities, interests, or worries. So what is the take? What is the end result? What is that the teachers can take out of it? Generate curiosity. The child or the student should be curious to attend your class. It should not be your attendance. Attendance will never be curiosity. How can you make the students curious? This you have to learn. For that, you need to be knowledgeable. That you need to discuss. Because remember this thing, we people as teachers, we have passed through that phase in which it was the bookish knowledge. Now they have books which are again in the form of the e-books, as well have they have a big help as an opinion leader, which is known as Google to them. So what will incite or what will generate curiosity among the students? That is very important. And once the student is ready, his readiness is there, then his ability to become a good learner would improve. Second is exercise, practice. I don't know, maybe most of the teachers, you are doing this thing, but I'll be taking my example here because I will not be quoting any teacher here. The moment I'm going to take the lecture, I spend first 10 minutes in two things. First of all, I'll ask my students if everything is good, everything is okay. If someone is not there, someone is not coming for some time, I'll ask him if everything is okay. You need to maintain and start with a repo first. Second, then I'll tell that what have you done yesterday, then we'll recall. So this is very important because once we go forward into our lecture, we'll come to know about this thing. This recall is going to play a very big role in the learning process. Next is effect. Effect means the experience which a child has when he is attending your lecture or he is attending your class. He should be recognized. What we people do over here, especially in online, I also do this mistake. It's not a mistake, but this is a basic human tendency to do it. What we do is that once we are taking the classes on online, suppose there are a few students, they are the only ones whom you will be asking them. Tell me about this thing, tell me about this thing, tell me about this thing. No, let us be very clear about this thing. We should give recognition to each and every student in the class. That is very important. Third is intensity. Your teaching style should be very sharp, clear, vivid, dramatic, and exciting. I would like to quote an example of a psychologist. He is, a psychologist in Simon Fraser University, and his age is 72 years, and he teaches a course of basic psychology to all the streams. Dear colleagues, you will be surprised what I'm going to share. There is a waiting period of 1.5 years, a waiting time period of 1.5 years for the name or the number of the students who wish to take his course. There's a waiting time. He is an elderly person. He is not a person from our age group, but still his way of teaching is such fantastic, such a fabulous way of teaching that you'll be surprised that there's a waiting period of this much time for the students. And the students, they wait actually to enroll to his course, to attend his classes, because he is known to bring a sea change in the way he is teaching. So what is the modeling which you are going to use? Remember this thing, when you provide a sharp, a clear, a dramatic, and an exciting learning experience, your teaching will not be a routinized teaching. It will not be a boring experience. It will be a modeled experience. Next is recency. I would take an example of an animal. You must have seen a buffalo and a cow. When it eats, it does not chew initially. It will just gallop. It is a glutton. It will eat. Then after eating, it will sit down and regurgitate. Regurgitate means it will bring that whatever it is eaten from its stomach again to its mouth, and then it would start chewing. Then it would keep on chewing it and chewing it, make a paste, and then it would be half of the digestion would have taken place in the mouth itself. So when we talk about the recency, the things that you teach in your class should be recent, should be as per the requirement, because remember, when what you are teaching is recent, what you are learning, being made the students to learn is recent, they would be in a proper position to remember it. So regurgitate it, keep on discussing. Next, primacy. Your beginning should be excellent. your beginning should be excellent. Now, what I mean to say that your beginning should be excellent here is that in the field of management, especially in terms of marketing, we say your first impression is going to be the last impression. So remember this thing, the first 5 minutes of your lecture delivery should be such that it draws attention, it generates curiosity, it is making a modeling kind of a thing, and hence your beginning has to be excellent. So these are the 6 main or the basic principles of learning which a teacher should consider. I've already discussed what is the take for the teachers. You have curiosity, you have recall, you have recognition, you have modeling, you have regurgitation, and you have a beginning to be excellent also. And next is subordination, that apart from all these 6 kind of uh, the laws of learning given by the Thorndikes, we have subordination, which includes the laws of recognition, the laws of insubordination, and so on and so forth. Now, let us understand what are the different learning modalities. I don't know whether it has been covered before, but still I'm going to be very brief in it. Now, the first modality is known as the VARK modality, also given by Neil Fleming, and the model is known as the Neil Fleming model of learning, popularly known as the VARK model of learning, where V stands for the visual, A stands for the auditory, R stands for reading and writing, and K stands for the kinesthetics. So let us take into a view of all this thing. First, I would like about visual. Now, once you are taking or delivering a lecture in a class, your visuals should include the pictures, diagrams, the illustrations, and mind it, we have another technology which we have, which we know as the virtual classrooms over here. We can have something like this. Maybe this might have been covered in the lecture given by Dr. S.S. Gill in the morning. He was talking about the flipped classrooms and all that like that. So next comes is oral. Oral means auditory. It means you're listening, your lecturing, and your recordings. Now, what is happening in the class? There are 2 concepts that are happening simultaneously. First is listening and second is hearing. Hearing is happening, but remember, a teacher should convert a hearing into a listening, because listening is directly linked to the concept of your learning. So it can be listening, it can be lecturing, and it can be your recordings which you can be showing. Next is read and write. Share the reading material with the students. I don't know how many of you teachers, apart from giving the PPTs, how many of you would be sharing something extra, some extra reference books, some extra other reading materials with your students, and ask them, this is more important, and ask them whatever they have read, they should write a summation for that and submit it. And next is your kinesthetics. It means your experience, the observation, the activities that are going to be performed, and the level of experimentation, especially in terms of the engineering classrooms. When we talk about the activity, when we talk about the experimentations, that plays a very, very important role. This experimentation, this activities can be even simulated ones. It can be through the virtual classrooms also. Now, the next modality is your Kolb's or Kolbe's, David Kolbe's learning cycle, also known as the learning modality, which is 4 learning modalities, that is feeling, walk, and doing. Feeling is when you experience of a situation, and how do you want to interpret that situation, how do you encounter that situation. Watching is with the new and existing experiences and generating a new experiences for yourself. Next is your thinking. Now, when I'm talking about thinking, thinking goes beyond creating, giving rise to a new idea. See, there is since I'm a person from a management, there is a concept in management which we call as MBWA, which is called management by walking around. You'll be surprised to know that almost all the countries, not almost all the countries, one of the countries by the name of Japan, whether it is the highest official, he is not supposed to sit in an office. He is supposed to walk in between and walk between the shop floor where the works is actually being done, and he has to observe the things, and he has to find out what difficulties the workers or the other people or the foreman and whatever they are facing. Because remember this thing, new ideas will not come just sitting on a chair for a whole day long. It needs to come, or it will be coming when you are actually with those individuals, sharing their experiences, listening to them. And this is known in management, this is known as the bottom top up approach. And next is active experimentation, which most of our engineering graduates should be doing, rather they are doing into their workshops and into their classrooms. So let us discuss some interesting facts. If you just make your students to read, you will just, the remembrance is just 20%. If they are asked to hear, 20%. If they visualize, 30. If they both visualize and hear, 70. And if you ask them to share your experiences, that becomes 70%, and 90% comes when they are able to use what they have read, what they have heard, what they have seen into practicality. Then the learning would go up to 90%. So as a teacher, we need to understand these things. So in a classroom, when we are talking about the teaching, we should definitely opt for a multimodal strategy, using different modes of teaching so that your learning can be effective. Now, this thing I would not be covering in details because I think Dr. Akshay Girdhar would have covered this, the Bloom's taxonomy in details. So I'll be just mentioning over here. So we are talking about the learning domains, and in one of the domain is the Benjamin Bloom, which is known as the Bloom's taxonomy, which takes into consideration the 3 prime aspects. And that is your affective component, which is your emotional aspect, your mental skills, which is known as your cognitive concept, and third is your psychomotor concept, which we popularly known as the physical skills. And on the basis of this Benjamin Bloom, the Bloom taxonomy, this is of learning domains. We have creating, evaluating, analyzing, applying, understanding, and remembering. So these is the taxonomy on the basis of which, I don't know about most of the other institutes might be doing this and also, but in our institute at GNDEC, when we develop a mid-semester test or an MST, we are supposed to develop the MST as well as our final examination, taking into consideration the Bloom's taxonomy of the learning domains. So I think this must be very clear, so I'm not going into details of it. Now, this is a very important component, especially the people from the engineering background. They might not have studied all this thing. I'm going to be very concise, very precise, because these are the theoretical frameworks of the various learning processes, on the basis of which, if we understand these, we'll be in a position to better understand that how these things are actually working. So the theoretical framework of learning is divided into 3 broad categories. The first is behaviorism, second is cognitivism, and third is social or the observation learning framework. So let us start about the first framework, that is behaviorism, popularly based on the 2 main theories. One is classical conditioning and second is operant conditioning, because it is said that behavior can be modified based on the consequences of that behavior. So I'm going to be brief into this. Classical conditioning, very popularly known as the famous Pavlov experiments, also known as the Pavlovian theory, where we have the two components. One is the stimulus and second is the response. As a teacher, when we are teaching, let us understand this thing. If a question is coming from a student, it is something very good. Why? Because that question is the response to something which has acted as an stimulus, which has acted as a probing thing, which have made his mind to think that why it is not happening. So for every response, there has to be a certain stimulus. So he performed a famous Pavlovian experiment, a very lengthy experiment, which I'll be not discussing in details. I'm discussing in just in one slide. So what was that experiment? That most of you must be having dog at your place. This was the experiment that is done by Ivan Pavlov. So what he did was that he brought a food in front of a dog. And whenever a dog, not even dogs, we human being also, whenever a food is brought in front of a dog, there is an instant salivation. Punjabi ਚ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਮੂੰਹ ਚੋਂ ਰਾਲ ਟੱਪਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਰਾਲ ਟੱਪਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਨਾ? So that is an salivation. So this is a response. And what is the stimulus? The food. When the food acts as the stimulus, then the response is the salivation. Now what he did, next time when he was going to offer a food, instead of a food, he brought a bell and struck the bell. So there was a sound from the bell. Then he noted, was there any salivation? No, there was no salivation in the dog. Why? Because the dog could recognize, dog had learned about this thing, that this is my food, and when I have a food, the salivation would be there. And maybe he is unable to recognize it as a food, he is taking it something like else. So there was no response. Now the third thing what he did, when he was about to serve food to the dog, he rang a bell. So each time the food was served to the dog, the bell was rung. Now what the dog learned, that whenever the bell is going to be rung, I will be given a food. So he associated, he learned about this thing, he associated that bell and food, they go simultaneous. So whenever there was a bell, he had a feeling that there will be a food, and when there is a food, then it had already learned, the body had learned, the mind had learned that there would be salivation. So what happened was he conditioned the dog with a ringing of a bell. Now what he did, when the dog got conditioned, he did not serve the food to the dog and just rung a bell, and to his surprise, there was a salivation. Now the question is, what does this show? This shows that there are certain stimuli acting upon we people, our students, and when the stimulus is acting, we become conditioned to it. Remember this thing, when a student is learning this thing, we are going to attend the lectures just because of attendance, then it is the conditioning that has been done. On the other hand, I have already discussed in the 7 principles of learning that there should be a curiosity. Generate a curiosity in the mind of the student. And when this curious mind is a great learner. So similarly, this is based on the famous Pavlovian experimentation. Next is operant condition given by the Skinner. He says a person learns from the output, from the outcome. Now the outcome can be of 2 types. It is positive and it is negative. When the positive outcome is there, we would try to repeat that positive outcome, which is known as the reinforcement. On the other hand, if the output of the response is such that you have a feeling this thing that there would be a punishment, then you would keep mum. Let us go into the psychology of a child. Most of as teachers, most of us would be having this feeling that our students, they do not ask questions. So we are all belonging to the same fraternity. Can anyone tell why the students are not in a habit of asking questions? Anyone of you? I'm putting a question. Ruchi, you can answer. Surendraji, you can answer, or any other person who feels like
Sir,
he or she can answer. Why do the
sir,
students answer?
sir, sometimes there is a hesitation among students कि should I ask this thing or not, और कहीं हमें
Yes.
डांट ना पड़
Yes.
जाए वापस रिटर्न में, क्योंकि sometimes
Okay.
teachers are so rude in their behavior कि ऐसे incidents उनके साथ पास्ट में हुए
Exactly.
होते हैं, तो
Exactly.
वो so that's the also one of the reason.
Exactly. I think that is not one. That is the only reason. I would rephrase it. That is the only reason. Maybe down the memory lane, when the child has grown up right now, when he was a small child, or he was in this kindergarten, he might have. See, children are very curious, and we people have been phenomenal in killing their curiosity, which should not have been done. Remember this thing: whenever there is a curious mind will result into questioning. Now let us understand. Someone has written fear of going wrong. Exactly, very true. Now whenever I give a lecture, the first thing I tell the students is kindly look towards the ceiling. When you look towards the ceiling, they would all look towards the ceiling. Then I would ask, do you find any kind of a rope where if you tell me something wrong or if you answer me something wrong, I'm going to pull that rope and you are gone? No, this hesitation has to be taken care of. This is the role of a teacher. Maybe down the lane when he was into kindergarten, when he was into the small classes, he might, out of curiosity, he might have asked a question to the teacher. The teacher would have said, "Okay, sit down." He would have, the child would have sat down. Again, after some time, he would have asked a question, and the teacher would. I'm not saying he has said it. Might have said, "Beta, तेरे को इतना भी नहीं पता." Okay, he sat down. Third time again, he might have stood up and said this thing. Ki sir, madam, I have got a question, and the teacher would have said, "You are disturbing the class. Kindly move out of the class." So maybe this is the reason. This is, I think, as per my research, this is one of the primary reasons that the children are unable to ask the questions. They are reluctant to ask the questions. Now, as a teacher, now as a provider of learning, you have to encourage the students to ask questions. That is very important role of a teacher, because that would be a reinforcement. And if the answer is wrong, never ever use harsh words. If you want to say it is wrong or it is not right, there are different ways of saying it. You need to, as a teacher, we need to understand what is that way of saying it. So that, because the ego of a person is supremacy right now, and we as teachers should never ever prick upon the ego of a person. So this is the famous Skinner's rat experiment, in which there was a box. To be very brief and very short, I'm saying it. The floor was having a provision for an electric shock, and in front of the mouse there was a lever which he could press, and there were two lights, red and a green, and there was a loudspeaker. So what happened was, the hungry mouse was introduced into this very box, and due to curiosity, due to this having a curiosity in his mind, he would prick the liver. He would press the liver, and when the liver was not pressed at the right point, then he would have a negative, a mild shock. I know it is wrong. This experiment is actually wrong, for which Skinner was criticized also. So there was really mild shock, and the child and the mouse house slowly learned that this is not the right way to, press the lever. Then ultimately what happened was, then due to hit and trial and due to this learning, he was able to press the lever at a in the right manner, and hence the green light glowed, and there was a feed, a pallet came, and he could eat. Then slowly and steadily, through trial and error, that rat learned that this is the way I should press a lever, and this is because the reinforcement was positive and he used to get the feed, and this is how he learned. See, I have shared this on the extreme right part, that you must have seen when we, most of us might be having small children, when a person does something, or a child does something good, the teacher puts a star, you know, उसकी कलाई पे, उसके हैंड पे स्टार देता है टीचर, and the child is so you know, enthusiastic. See, mom and dad, I got a star from my teacher. See, this is the role of a teacher. I got a star. This is positive reinforcement. And the another way is the negative reinforcement, in which you ask the child not to see certain things, not to listen to certain things which might be wrong. Second is punishment, which we people as teachers are using it very common. बेटा आप मेरी बात मानो, स्कूल में क्या बोलते हैं, बेटे आप मेरी बात नहीं मानोगे तो आपको मैं रैट रूम में बंद कर दूंगी. So that a room where saying they are full of rats, they are full of cockroaches, this is a punishment. This is a psychological punishment that a teacher is giving to a child. Mind it, we should not give. Because I'm into psychology also, I keep on going to the schools and discussing this is the problem the most children are facing, and the responsibility lies with the teachers for this thing. And second, the best punishment is remove a thing. If you want to punish an individual, remove the thing which a child likes. So आजकल बच्चे को क्या बोलो, आप punishment देनी है तो उसको बोलो बेटे आपका जो मोबाइल है एक दिन के लिए मेरे को दे दो. So he would say, scold me, beat me, Papa, Mama, please don't take my mobile, because my life would come stand still. I won't be able to attend my classes. I won't be able to interact with my friends. And this is the type of punishment. Now, this is a famous experiment in which the two pigeons, they learned how to play ping pong. So kindly go through it.
End of a small ping pong table. One pigeon pecks the ball as it comes toward him and knocks it toward the other pigeon. The other pigeon pecks the ball back across the table. If it goes past one pigeon, the other pigeon can eat, and if it goes the other way, the other pigeon eats. So it's a real game. The pigeon is reinforced for a cross-court shot if that is what gets the ball past his opponent.
So what does this experiment show? This experiment was done on the pigeons, in which they were made to learn how to play ping pong. Now what happened was, you must have seen a box के side पे दो wires हैं, and a ping pong ball is placed, and on the two ends of the box there are slits. Now the pigeon, they are taught to strike a ball so that it goes to the other end, and mind it, when the ball goes to the other end and that pigeon is unable to kick it back, that ball falls down, then the feed is coming into that very small opening and the pigeon is eating that, and ultimately they learn about this thing. Now what are the implications? What are the implications of this learning theory in case of classroom teaching? Shape the behavior of the students through association and conditioning. You have to condition your students. You have to condition your students to learn. You have to create an environment for them to learn. You have to associate your teaching with a certain something very curious, something very interesting, so that curiosity level remains. Second is behavior modification should be there through reward and punishment. Okay, now this does not mean that once we are into engineering colleges, we should bring a toffee or a chocolate. That if anyone answers, I'm not, because they are beyond these things. If you give this kind of a reward or a punishment, you simply say this thing, beta aapko do thappad lagaungi. That is not possible now, because they are beyond that age. But still, there are certain ways of rewarding and certain ways of punishment also. Now, how it can be done, I'll take a very simple example to you, that once I ask a question in the class and some of the students, they are able to answer it. Then the reward is, I would simply say, kindly go for a clapping, because that clapping is not going to be a loud clapping. You can ask me a question कि sir बच्चे इसको दूसरे तरीके से ले सकते हैं, and they would start making a noise. But again, it depends how much control a teacher has on the class. Remember this thing. Then it will, punishment क्या हो सकती है उसको? Punishment ये हो सकती है कि बेटे आपको मैंने ये चीज पूछी से आपने पढ़ी नहीं, तो it is better next time you are not into a position. And each time it is happening for a student, then ultimately a time will come, then he will realize this thing. But for that, you have to do your homework well. You have to be an excellent teacher for that. Third is general discipline. You should be there. Next is submission as per due date. Never let the student take teacher lightly. Never ever. Remember, what is happening is there is a thin line of demarcation between a student and a teacher relationship. That line of demarcation should never ever be crossed. That will create a problem. Students should always have this thing in mind, that this is my teacher and he should remain a student. And next is improvement in the performance. When you start teaching in this way, there is bound to be the improvement in the performance of an individual. Next is cognitivism, which is given by, I'm going to discuss only one famous experiment, that is the multi-store model given by Atkinson and Shiffrin. Now, this is a multi-stage or a multi-store model of learning. Now, we have got three types of learnings and three types of storage. The first is the memory storage, second is the working memory, and third is the long-term memory. Now, whenever you are having a stimulus that is acting upon you, it may be you're touching something very hot cup of coffee you're touching, then your sense organs would send a message to the brain that this is something hot and you're going to remove it. Now, this sensory memory, when you are hearing something you're listening to something, this sensory memory has a unit of only, or a capacity of only 3 to 7 units. Units here means basically the words, basic words, okay? And this memory is just for few milliseconds to few seconds, that is from 0.5 a second to a 3 second. Within this time period, if the same thing is repeated or attention is generated, no more it will remain into a sensory memory. It is similar to a cache of your computer that you have, and it will be forgotten. Now, once it is reinforced, the attention is drawn, it goes into the next component, which is known as the working memory. Now, this working memory has got 7 to 9 chunks. Chunks here means sentences or an episodes, and its duration is from 5 to 15 seconds without a rehearsal. If it is not rehearsed, if it is not remembered, then it would be forgotten. Once this goes on, this happens, then third comes as the long-term memory, which is infinite and permanent. Now, as a teacher, what you can learn from this model, and as a student, what you should learn. What the teachers have a common kind of an say a grudge with the students is, बेटे तेरे को पिछले साल का, पिछले सेमेस्टर का पढ़ाया, तेरे को आज याद नहीं है, पढ़ा तो था, तो याद क्यों नहीं है? The thing is, the students, they are working on two memories, that is the sensory memory and the working memory. As a teacher, you have to convert the sensory memory into the working memory, and from the working memory that should go into the LTM, that is a long-term memory. And how is that possible? That is possible only due to repetition and repetition and repetition and repetition. Okay, so once it is in a long-term memory, it is permanent. If I ask anyone, if I ask a child, say 6 years old, and if I ask an old person who is 90 years old कि आपको ABCZ तक आती है, तो both will be in a position to tell it, because no more these alphabets are into the sensory and the working memory. From this, they have moved into the long-term memory. So let us talk about intelligences here. This is very important for a teacher when he's teaching in a class, because remember this thing. See, if we look at our hand, all the fingers are not alike, and neither they can be alike. But if you want to punch someone, you have to bring all the fingers together, and then you will create a punch. Similarly, the teacher, when he is teaching in the classes, he should not look for only one kind of intelligence, because there are different kind of intelligence that we have. And what are those kind of intelligence? Primarily, they are divided into 7 basic types. And as a teacher, you should try to identify which student is having which kind of intelligence. Here I would like to quote an important example of your what do you call that, Tare Zameen Par. The role of a child who is autistic and he's having a problem. Now what is happening, the first type of intelligence that you can have is logical mathematical intelligence. These kind of people, they are very good at numbers, they are very good at solving the puzzles, jiggles. They are able to come out of the situations which involve a lot of numbering, lot of permutation and combinations, but these people are not good at socializing. It doesn't mean that he's not an intelligent child, he's not an intelligent student. He's having a different kind of intelligence, which we term it as a logical mathematical intelligence. Second type of intelligence that you have is linguistic intelligence. Now, as a linguistic intelligence, there are certain students, there are certain learners who are good at reading, who are good at telling stories. It doesn't mean, but he might not be good at numbers, but doesn't mean that he is not an intelligent individual. We should understand what are our parameters of intelligence, and our parameters of intelligence should not be the same as the parameters of intelligence of the students. Next is musical intelligence. There are certain individuals who can play almost all the musical instruments. The classical example is Adnan Sami. He can play almost all the musical instruments. But if you see his way of orientation, his way of socializing, he's not good at it, because he's having a different kind of intelligence, which is known as the musical intelligence. Next is spatial intelligence. These people are good at drawing. They are good at conceptualizing things in three-dimensional orientations. So when we talk about these kind of intelligence, we need to understand. Next is bodily kinesthetically intelligence. People are people are aware, and people are good at using their body parts, using their body tone, body languages in an effective manner. But there are certain teachers who would be coming to the class very monotonous, no up level, no uplifting of the tone, nothing is there. That's very monotonous, and the people, the students, they learn, stop having interest. Remember this thing. There should be a rule of 20. The rule of 20 in teaching says that after every 20 minutes, you have to break the monotony. That can be broken either by cracking a small joke, by sharing something different. You have to break that monotony, because the human mind does not work in this way. Next is interpersonal intelligence. These people can work in team. They are great team leaders. They can work in team. They are great socializers. They always want people to be around them. They are talkative. Next type of intelligence is intrapersonal intelligence. People who are introvert, who do not want to talk, who do not want to share their views, but that doesn't mean that person is not a good learner. Yes, these are the persons who come up with the new ideas, who come up with the new theories, who come up with the new ideas. And the last is nature-loving intelligence. These are the people who want to be with nature. They always want to be in nature. They want to be a part of nature. Now, what is the take? What is the gist of all these learning for different form of intelligence for a teacher? Mind it, teacher is supposed to have all these 7 kind of intelligences. then only he or she can be an effective teacher, effective person who is going to make his or her students learn. You should have all these. To what extent, I'm not concerned about it, but you should have all these domains. Okay. Now, this is a great experiment which all of you should look into, and this is known as the social learning experiment, or how the social beings they learn, how do the students they learn by observation, and it is done by a great psychologist by the name of Albert Bandura. Now, this experiment was carried out by Albert Bandura on the Stanford nursery schools. 72 children in the age group of 3 to 6 years they were taken, and these 3 children they were divided into 3 groups. The first group of 24 students, they were exposed when they were all sitting in a toy room playing with the toys. Suddenly, two individuals, one male and a female, they come in the room, and they are known as the role models, and they showed aggressive behavior. Hence, they were known as the aggressive role models, also known as ARMs. Now, what they did was, apart from the toys, there was a Bobo doll. Bobo doll, you must be knowing this thing. This is also known as the famous Bobo doll experiment. There is a punching bag. There is a punching. I'll show you the video for that. There is a punching way, or there is a punching toy. Jinu tusi punch karte ho, it again it rises up. Okay. When I show you, the things might become clear to you. So when they entered the room, they used these aggressive role models. They used a lot of punching. They ignored all other toys. They picked up a hammer. They started hammering the nose of that very particular Bobo doll. Then there was a pistol. They aimed the pistol at the Bobo doll, and then they used the abusive language, and then they started kicking it, and this went on for full 10 minutes. And the students, they observed it. Very curious. Remember this thing, children are the most curious learners. They observed this thing. Okay. In the second group, 24 students, they were exposed to 2 role models which were non-aggressive. That is, they came into the room, they did not talk to the students, but they did not punch, hit, or showed aggressive behavior towards the Bobo dolls. Instead, they started playing with other toys. They went on for 10 minutes and then went by. And third group was the 24 students who were not exposed to any kind of this. Hence, it was known as a control group. Now, in the second stage, they wanted to arouse a kind of aggression among the children. What they did was, the children from all the 3 groups were taken one by one into that toy room. This toy room was modified in a way that it was having one of the best toys in the world. And the students and the children, when they went to that room, they were really very elated, very happy. Oh, what a room, what are the toys? And they started playing with the toys. Once they started playing with the toys, they became engrossed with the toys. They started enjoying it. Suddenly a person came, a role model came, and he snatched that toy from a child who was playing with it, who was feeling elated, who was feeling happy while playing with that toy. And it was said, beta ye toy aapke liye nahi hai, ye to kisi aur bacche ke liye hai jo hamare liye special hai. So the child learned about this thing, that am I not a special child? Why this discrimination is being done? He must have learned it this way, and he became irritated, and when he became irritated, simultaneously he was taken into another room where there were Bobo dolls and there were other kind of toys, both aggressive and non-aggressive. Aggressive toys क्या थे? वहां पर pegboard था, वहां पे dart guns थे, and there was a 3-foot Bobo doll. Okay. And non-aggressive toys kaun se the? A tea set was there, a crayons was there, and dummies of mummies or plastic animals were there. Now what happened? Some of the individuals or some of the students or the children, they learned about this thing कि मेरे को aggression है, उसके अंदर aggressive. They became more aggressive, and when they become more aggressive, when they saw that Bobo doll lying in that room, they went to the Bobo doll, started punching it, hitting it with a hammer, using wrong words, using foul language, kicking it in the air. and this is how they did. Now these students had a mix of both males and females, and what was the I see the end result of that experiment was, and what were the findings of that experiment was that girls became less physically aggressive, but they were more verbally aggressive. Boys, on the other hand, they were less verbally aggressive, but they were more physically aggressive towards these Bobo dolls. Hence, he carried this experiment forward, and what he did was that uh, again those aggressive role models were brought in a room, and they were again made to punch that Bobo dolls, and once punching was done, whole of that stuff was done, they were given sweets, they were given toffees, and they were praised. Your behavior is very good. So the students who were already aggressive, they also learned this thing, that if my behavior is aggressive, I will be rewarded positively. So he became more aggressive. On the other hand, certain students were shown those aggressive role models where they were punished, they were scolded in front of those children कि आपने bobo dolls के साथ ऐसा behavior क्यों किया. So those students who observed this, though they were exposed to the aggressive behavior initially, but they did not become more aggressive, because they learned कि अगर मैं aggression show करूंगा तो मेरी learning क्या हो जाएगी, मेरी learning में I'll be scolded and I would be even punished for it. So these were the certain things which the social learning theory done by the Albert Bandura was done. I also keep on doing such kind of experiments, not with the Bobo doll. I'll share one experiment which I keep on doing regarding learning in my classes. See, there are certain words which we use commonly in the English. For example, the word is the. Second word which we use as often, and third, the word that we use is schedule. Now, when I'm taking the class, instead of using these words in this slang, I would say the को क्या बोलूंगा मैं, the. Often को क्या बोलूंगा मैं, often. And schedule को क्या बोलूंगा मैं, schedule. So I keep on exposing my students to these conditions, these three words: the, often, schedule. Now I keep on invariably using these words over few lectures, and then I ask the students to make a presentation, and I make it sure that somehow these three words they would come, and you'll be surprised to understand this thing, that some of the students, they mimic, they have learned saying the ko the, often ko often, and schedule ko schedule. So this is how the learning is being taking place through observation also. So, so this is a Bobo doll. You must have seen this Bobo doll. You punch it in the face, it rises up. Okay. So if you want, we can have this Bobo doll experiment which was done. So this is the aggressive role model. When she comes in the class, she is picking up the Bobo doll and just kicking up, and then she is going to punch it, and see, she is throwing it away, and then she is punching it, and then she is sitting on that Bobo doll, and then she is striking and punching the face. Then she is going to pick up a hammer, and this is what the child has learned. So this is the famous Bobo doll experiment which was done. The child is picking it up because he has seen. He would go a step further also. You will see in this video what he is going to do. He is kicking it. He is punching it with the Bobo doll, and he picks up a hammer, and see how he punches the nose. Oh, he is punching that Bobo doll. So this is what he has learned of what he has seen from the aggressive role model. See the level of aggression that child has. See, he is going to sit on that Bobo doll, and then he is going to see, he is hammering the face. Then in the next step, what he's going to do is he is going to pick up a pistol. Oh, see, a pistol in his hand, and then he is doing it. See, this is the kind of aggression he has learned. See, this is what he is doing. So when we talk about this, I'm cutting short with this experiment. So once we talk about this Bobo doll experiment, it goes into a lot of learning. So how this learning can be done in the class? Live modeling. See, the children will mimic. If we talk about the medical sciences, if we talk about the engineering sciences, the best way to learn is by mimicking. The best way to learn is by giving them the live demonstrations. So the first in live modeling, you can have a simulated kind of a live modeling can be there, maybe in the morning's lecture. Certain techniques would have been told to you people about modeling. Okay, next is verbal instructional modeling. There are certain people, there are certain teacher जिनकी voice quality, voice tone and जिनकी voice की जो range है, that is very limited. So before coming into these kind of professions, there should be a rigorous check upon the teachers, that what kind of people are coming into the teaching, because they are the people who are going to make other students learn. Next is symbolic modeling by using mathematical models. Then you can go for the linguistic models, you can go for the graphical models, then you can go for the schematic modeling, and this is all referred to as the symbolic modeling. Type of reinforcement I have already covered with you people. This we have covered. Now, this thing we need to understand. This is self-reinforcement, which is required in most of our teachers. Reinforcement means there are certain things which a teacher is bound to do, and there are certain things which a teacher is not bound to do. We have to be very clear about this thing, that how we have to do it. This is the individuals strive to meet personal standards and does not depend on or care about the reaction of the others. I would just mute. Oh, I'm sorry for this kind of interruption. Am I audible again?
Yes.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. So this self-reinforcement, teacher will have to be very clear about that what kind of self-reinforcement we are supposed to have. The next thing that we need to understand is 4 components of teaching: attention, retention, motor reproduction, and motivation. These are the 4 steps. When we talk about the classroom teaching, these 4 steps should go on. Attention, you have to generate the attention of the audience, generate the attention of the students towards you. Second is the retention. When we talk about the retention, whatever you are teaching or telling the students or asking the students to learn, they should be in a position to return. Remember this thing, retention cannot be 100%. It has to be or it will be in patches, it will be in kind of a small logical outputs. So this retention has to be there among the students, and once the retention is there, then there should be the third component, that is the motor reproduction, which basically means whatever he has been attentive towards, from which he has retained, he should be in a position to put that retained component into into a way that is that he is able to make other people understand. That is the motor reproduction, that he has to be in a position to retain, and then he has to put it again, recall what he has retained, and next he has always to be motivated. See, these are the important components or the characteristics of any teaching learning process. Attention has to be generated, retention has to be there, then there has to be a motor reproduction, and then there has to be a motivation both from the student's viewpoint as well as from the teacher's viewpoint. Now, what are the implications? What are the implications of all these experiments for the teaching learning component? Lot of learning occurs through observation. What a teacher is speaking, what words he is using, what methodology he is using, what type of body language he is having, what type of say the parameters and the methodologies are that are being taught, that are being used by him to teach the students. They are all being observed. Second is, teachers must present appropriate behavior. I have seen a number of times there are certain people who are not attentive, or who are having say linguistic kind of intelligence. They cannot keep quiet. They want to interact with the students, and the class is going on, and they start interacting with the students, and the teacher says, okay, stand up, and what are you talking about? Let me know about this thing. You are not attentive in the class, and so on and so forth. And ultimately he'll ask is, okay, kindly leave the class. No, that is not a way. That is not a way to handle. The best way to handle is what I do. I'm saying what I do. It should not be the same that you people should be doing. What I do is I simply ask, "Bete, anything so important?" Or maybe I'm talking not so important to you that your work is more important. Then it is like that, that you cannot listen to me. You want to carry on your own conversation. If it is so important, then I would simply request you that you can move out, discuss the thing, and then come back and join the class. This is the way. This is the appropriate behavior. Teachers cannot be aggressive, but teachers should not be compliant. They need to carry a balanced personality. Remember, you should have the 4 conditions of attention, retention, motor reproduction, and that is your motivation. We should be incorporated in you people. Teachers must keep on exposing students to different modalities, to different models, different ways of teaching. Otherwise, it will be a monotonous. Had it been a very interactive session with you people, not being online, we had been face to face, then would have been a lot of two-way communication. Because I understand maybe there be a number of reasons for which you are hesitant to switch on your cameras and interact with me. I'm hoping for some kind of interaction maybe at the end of the session. Let's hope so. This is what my belief is. And behavior will emment from teacher to student. Emment means it will originate. The way a teacher behaves is a way the students are going to behave. You might disagree with me, but this is what it is happening. If you are well in time, if you are well in knowledge, if you are sharing the knowledge, if you are able to answer the questions, if you see, if a student has a question, the teacher will say, "Beta, aisa hai, mere ko baad mein milo. Abhi class ko mere ko padhane do." That is the most biggest blunder that a teacher commits. If you have a problem, that problem has to be nipped and it has to be taken care of at that very particular moment, until and unless that question is either foolish or stupid. But again, I feel corrected myself over here. No question is foolish or no question is stupid, because different people have different kind of intelligence levels. But we need to maintain a balance within a class. So this is the last part which I'll be covering, because I think I just have 10 minutes with me. What are the teaching trends in the teaching learning process which are going on right now? Most of the things might have been covered by the expert speakers before into the pursuing lectures that you might have attended. But if some new trend is coming up. Let us see. The first thing that the trend is coming up is L2L, learning to learn. This is a new concept that is coming up, and all the teachers should imbibe it. Remember it. If you want other students to learn from you, then you have to make yourself learn first. You are the role model. Now, what does it mean? Why L2L is required? Because teacher is the lead learner. He will take the lead in making other students learn. To make learners aware about their own and others' learning strategies. Teacher should be clear about this thing. That is why we have a concept of learning to learn that is coming up into the teaching learning process. Next is it enables them to recognize learning as a skill which can be improved upon. Remember it, learning is a skill. It has to be sharpened. It has to be honed with practice. It is an important vocational skill for a career. If anyone or any of the student wants to excel in his career, maybe he's into teaching, maybe he is into a corporate world, you have to instill this thing that there has to be an inbuilt quality that he should be a great learner. This is the common, the problem with the students who are being churned out from the so-called management institutes and the engineering graduates. When they join the industry has only got two problems. The first is their communication, and second is they are not ready to learn. So we need to inculcate a concept of learning to learn in them, and to inculcate this concept of L2L, we as teachers, we have to be a very vicious and a voracious learners ourselves. It is a means of dealing with a change. See, when a change comes abruptly, it creates a tension. The biggest example which we are having is right now, which we are facing. You are attending this FDP online. I'm giving a lecture online. We are having online kind of say teaching modules that is going on. But the question is, when it started, we were all very difficult. We are finding it very difficult. But now we have eased out. We have learned it, because learning to learn is a means of dealing with change, and this reduces our stress level now also and in future also. So, process of learning to learn, 4 components: informing, refining, reminding, discussing, and training. I don't know whether other people have covered it or not, but I'll be not covering in details of it, because these are all PPTs would be shared with you people. If you want, you can go through it. Informing is make clear what is the purpose for which the students are here to learn. It's a lecture, it's a workshop, or it's a classroom. Next is reminding, offering reminders and prompts about learning. Here you are here to learn. This is the methodology. See, if we talk about the flipped classroom, which might have been discussed in few lectures also. In flipped classrooms, most of the higher education institutes, which we know as HEIs, they are following this kind of a thing, that the teacher is going to discuss the practical aspects of a issue or a problem, not the theoretical aspects, because that theoretical aspect is already given by the teacher for the students to go through it before coming to the class. So this is reminding, then it is discussion, and when the teacher would be in a position to discuss, when only he is having a lot of knowledge, he is having the information, and he is learned it himself. Next is training. Second is accelerated learning or mind-friendly learning. This is another technique in which the learning format which allows students to complete courses in a shorter period of time compared to a traditional semester. Most of the engineering institutions, they are offering a degree in major and they are offering a degree in minor. This is another example of accelerated learning. You go to the foreign universities, it is up to you whether you want to finish up a course in 2 years, you want to finish it up in 3 years. It is up to you, your pocket as well as your learning abilities. So this is a kind of a mind-friendly learning or an accelerated learning. Next is action learning or peer coaching. It is the process of learning and reflection that happens with the support of a group or a set of colleagues who are working on real problems with an intention of solving that problem. And the best examples are live projects, and critical incident analysis. These might have been covered by a few other individuals in their lectures. This is the next step we are going to do in after our online teaching. We have to work in groups. The teachers from the different institutions, they might be forming a group, they might be coming online, and they might be sharing a live project and making the students from all these institutes to learn. This is the next is PBL, that is a problem based learning. Remember this thing, knowledge is out there and it is existing independently of a learner. Learner might not be available. Learner might not be aware of this thing, that knowledge is already existing. So when we are talking about that knowledge is out there and it is existing independently of the learner, the students will have to create their own learning and knowledge by actively engaging in a real life problems. Learning कब होती है when you confront, you come face to face with a problem. That when you handle the complexities of the problem and you come out with their situations. You can help the students by giving them the knowledge, but the learning would happen when they themselves confront that situation. Let us land themselves into that situation. But as a teacher, you should always be there, ready as a helping hand. So it can be done through cases, it can be done through scenario management, it can be done through questionnaire analysis, it can be done through reflective writing. Next is dependence to independence. That is e-learning in higher education. We are talking about VSOL, we are talking about VDOL, we are talking about fully online kind of a thing, and then we are talking about the mixed mode. Web supplemented online learning is the way in which the tutors provide the web versions of what is being done into the classroom. Whatever the teacher is teaching in the classroom, that is available in the form of a web version. Web dependent online learning, VDOL, when we talk about, it is a way in which the teacher is not providing or supplementing his own material. He is providing everything to the students which is downloadable or which is available from the net itself. Next is fully online, face-to-face delivery and interaction between the students and tutors is abundant, and it is replaced by the virtual reality. But the best thing is always go for the last one, that is the mixed mode. And the next thing that is coming is ITS, which I am not in favor of. This is my personal comment. I'm not enforcing anything. This is intelligent tutoring system, which we know as the artificial intelligence, in which the computer systems aim to provide personalized instructions and feedback to the users, often through the use of AI technology without a human teacher. And I think when this is going to happen, the relevance or the virtual teaching would take its toll and the learning would be in a different format. So this is all what I have to say. So I would end up with the last slide. I think I'm dotting time because it is 1 o'clock at my laptop. So I would end up saying everyone is my teacher. Some I speak, some I subconsciously attract. Often I learn simply by observing others. Some may be completely unaware that I'm learning from them. Yet I bow deeply in gratitude. Thanks for being a part of this journey called learning. Any questions that you have in your mind, I'm here to answer.
Thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful session.
Thank you, Ruchi.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful session.
Any? Okay.
I would like to thank the brilliant and truly outstanding speaker, Dr. Parampal, whose leader and vision steered this FDP from day one. I am here to spell out words of thanks to the personality who made this session an interesting one. Really, sir, it was really an interesting session. I was there for the whole session, and the presentation you presented and the way you explained it was awesome. Thank you so much, sir, for sparing your time for this session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, Mandeep. Okay, ji.
So I request all the participants that this was the end of the second session, and we would be starting with the third session that will commence at 1:45. So we'll meet you there. at 1:45. Thank you so much.
This conference will now be recorded.
Yes, good afternoon, Dr. Anupama.
Good afternoon.
This is Mandeep Kaur Khosa from MBA Department, Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College.
Good afternoon, Mandeep. How are you?
I'm good, ma'am. How are you?
I'm fine.
So actually, I would be formally welcoming you for the session, ma'am.
Thank you. Actually, my bio, you have already read my biodata yesterday.
Okay, I would be giving a brief introduction, ma'am.
Sure,
I would be giving a brief introduction. It's a D. I extend my warm welcome to expert speaker Dr. Anupama Sharma, Professor and Coordinator Special Assistant Grant UGC, SSP University Institute of Chemical Engineering and Technology, Punjab University, Chandigarh. Dr. Anupama Sharma did his BE from Punjab University with distinction. He did his Master of Engineering from Punjab University with silver medal. He did his MBA in finance with gold medal from Punjab University, Chandigarh, and she did her PhD in Faculty of Engineering and Technology, again from Punjab University in 2005. Dr. Anupama has also done a PG diploma in statistics from Punjab University with gold medal. So, ma'am had done all the degrees with distinctions, gold medal, and silver. So, great round of applause for her. Okay, so she had also done her French diploma B level from Ministry of Education and National Republic, France. Dr. Sharma also having professional experience with Amrit Engineering as design engineer, Profab System Engineering Private Limited as manager, and Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology as a partial lecturer in chemical engineering. She joined the Punjab University in 2010. So we welcome you, ma'am, for this
No, I
session.
joined Punjab
As,
University in 99. I'm sorry, Mandeep.
okay,
It was
okay,
in
okay.
99 I joined the university. 2011 I became
Okay.
professor.
Okay. I'll correct myself over here that she joined the Punjab University in 1999 and not giving the more introduction as we yesterday a brief introduction of Dr. Anupama had been given. So, ma'am, here I am just squeezing your introduction and giving only a just brief of that. So, I welcome you, ma'am, for the third session of the 2-week FDP organized by Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College and sponsored by AICTE. I welcome you, ma'am, for this session.
Thank you, Mandeep. Thank you so much. This is my second session. Yesterday, this session is totally on a different topic, and I think this is closer to my heart because, I think you have taken my biodata from the website, and it's an old biodata.
Okay.
I am doing like 12 projects I've already completed, and like
Okay.
all funding agencies, I have done projects from AICTE, I've done project from UGC, from now I'm doing DST project, 2 projects from DST, and Center for Excellence again in UGC, and TEQIP I'm coordinating since 2014. Means I was a
Okay.
coordinator for TEQIP 2 also and TEQIP 3 also. I'm coordinating since 2014. I'm coordinator for TEQIP 2 program. So
Okay.
so that is why I am like quite well versed with the TEQIP program. But I don't know, like while deciding this, I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible, ma'am.
I don't know how deciding this topic, developing research acumen schemes for TEQIP, UGC, and AICTE. Actually, TEQIP is a different project. It is meant for development of undergraduate students. If you see, the title is Technical Education Quality Improvement Program, and the basic purpose of TEQIP is to increase the TEQIP 2. If we take TEQIP 2, because the second phase of TEQIP, it was to improve the employability of undergraduate students. Basically, I'll tell you this by the theme of why this was introduced. If you see in India, there are two kind of institutes. One are IITs and the other are the other institutions. So there is a huge gap between these two institutions. To fill this gap, to bring the other institutions at par with the IITs, or good, not IIT, only IITs, good institutions around the world, this TEQIP program was introduced. And this was as a soft loan from World Bank. It was given to MHRD, which were dispersed further to different institutions. So TEQIP 1 was given to mainly polytechniques, and then TEQIP 2 was given to a lot of other engineering colleges, and some Punjab was, I think, now you still have TEQIP 3. I don't know, Punjab, they didn't give TEQIP 3 because you have Navdeep TEQIP 3?
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, we
Yes,
do have.
ma'am.
It is initially, I think, because there was some problem in TEQIP 2 grant release from the Punjab government. So initially there was a little hitch from the MHRD side, but then later on there was some dialogues going on, and TEQIP 3 was granted. So now TEQIP 3 is on a totally a different tone. TEQIP 2 was to improve the employability of undergraduate, and with components like main component was, yes, for the improvement of undergraduate students by helping them through different programs like skill development and GATE and a lot of programs. Plus, it was aimed to develop the faculty also. It was not only, though it was named as improving the employability of undergraduates, but it was improving the faculty also. And faculty was encouraged to attend different programs. I hope those the colleges, the faculty members belonging to colleges with the TEQIP grant, they have gone to IIMs or IITs for attending different training programs. So that was basically to enrich those faculty members. They should learn from the best practices around all the good institutions in India, from good institutions in India, and learn something which they can inculcate in their colleges also. And like some selected TEQIP institutions, like one was ours, that the coordinators and the TEQIP heads, they were sent for international training also, because we attended training in NUS Singapore, and some selected, not all, but some selected institutions, the coordinators and the heads, they went for international training. But still, I am stressing on this, that TEQIP is not meant for research. It is not a research grant, and it is solely for the development of faculty members. And TEQIP 3, if you see, it has a totally a different on a different platform. The institutions are divided into two types. One are the 1.3 institutions and the 1.1 institution. 1.3 institutions are those which are mentor institutions, those who are well performing in TEQIP 2. They are made mentor institutions in TEQIP 3, and they are mentoring the institutions, 1.1 institutions, who are mentees, and mentees are basically from the low income states. Like in TEQIP 3, we are mentors to Dibrugarh University Institute of Engineering and Technology. So we are helping them. For them, it is just like a TEQIP 2 grant. But for us, it is mainly meant for mentoring that institute. Right? So it is not a research grant. But then again, how do we develop research acumen under TEQIP? That is the major the question, because it's a grant given by the Government of India, and we have to, because though it is not a research grant, we cannot use it like other grants like UGC, AICTE, DST. We cannot use it like that. But then we have to use this grant smartly, so that we can develop the research acumen of our faculty members, they should know how to prepare, not like to prepare them to write grants for UGC, AICTE, DST, and there are so many. So let me first quickly go through the whole presentation I have borrowed from my husband. He's the expert in that. So I just asked him that I can borrow your PPT, because this is totally about what are the different grants available to the faculty members. And it's not only grants, it is also different schemes like the travel grants or the training schemes. So I'll just quickly go through, and then we can have a small few slides on how to prepare for the grant. Actually, I took this because UGC, and we are running in a time that now DST is not giving, but UGC has stopped giving the major research grant for last, I think, 4-5 years. They have not announced the major research grants. So otherwise they used to announce major research projects. So for last 4-5 years, because there's a lot of restructuring going on, so they haven't announced the major research projects, but still few schemes like UKRI and still they are running. And then AICTE is, though there are a lot of schemes of AICTE, we'll be discussing in the due course as we go through the PPT. AICTE is meant for those institutions which are approved by AICTE. And sorry to say, but AICTE do announce sometimes the grants, but like DST, DBT, these funding agencies are very proactive. You apply for a grant, it's an all online portal system. You have to apply in online. Even AICTE we apply online, but you can check the status of your grant going online. Like each and every step, they will inform you that now your project is submitted, now it is going to referees, now it is going for each and every step you can check online, and plus you get the mails also. But sorry to say, AICTE it needs a major restructuring, because you apply for the project and you forget about it. So some after 3-4 years, you will get a call, oh yes, your project is approved, or your project is not approved, or they will not tell you anything. So that is little problem with AICTE, because I have handled 4. I have handled two projects, and one career award for young teachers, and then the ModRop project, which is modernization of the labs. It's not a research project, but it's for the modernization of the lab. So I know they don't respond to your queries, and sometimes you have to probably visit their office also to get your funds released. With that's a different story. At least we should know about the grant which are available to you by different funding agencies. So how does it go to the next slide? Yes. So the structure of presentation is, we have different national bodies: UGC, CSIR, DST, AICTE, and ICSR. ICSR is basically meant for the social science research, but yes, they do announce, if you go through the schemes very carefully, even the science people or engineering faculty members, they can also announce for these for the grant. And then we have the international collaborations. I'll mention here, like I have 3 international collaborations, one with Austria, with France, but yes, I'll mention how you approach, because with my experience I can tell you how to approach, how to write international grant, and how to approach for these grants. But that is because that is very important, how to approach your collaborators to actually get these grants. And then some international bodies like Rhodes and Cambridge, and then multilateral bodies like Shramik Vidyapeeth, World Bank, and ILO. Now we have different agencies. I can share you this PPT, because these are all, they give the hyperlinks for the different funding agencies. You have ICSR, as I told you, social science research, then UGC, All India Council for Technical Education, that is AICTE, then Council for Science and Industrial Research, Defense Research and Development Organization, Department of Atomic Energy, and Department of Biotechnology, depending upon like which grant you apply for. For example, the CSIR. CSIR is totally like application-based research, because there are different CSIR labs in the country. So you have to, they are basically looking at what applications you are aiming at. So they basically get the project reviewed from one of their labs, and then they approve the grant. I'm in the panel of CSIR for the review panel. So I do keep on, I get the projects for reviewing, and I go for the selection committees also. So they basically, the total focus is they aim at the research should be application, should not be a basic research. Basic research they really don't encourage. It is all applied research which they give. Then Defense Research and Development Organization, DRDO. Again, they have different DRDO labs throughout the country. There are a number of DRDO labs. So to get the funding, the extramural funding from DRDO, you have to collaborate with some lab. If you apply directly to the extramural funding, it's very difficult unless you have an extraordinary project and such a unique idea, and you can manage somewhere there, someone there. DRDO getting funding is difficult, but yes, if you collaborate with one of the DRDO research labs in the country, like suppose I'm working in materials, so I look for DMSRD Kanpur. So it's a lab, it's a good lab which is working, the scientists are working on material science. So I collaborate with some scientists there, and then I write the project. So then it will be easier for me to get the project and to get the funding, and there is no limit. Like DRDO, they have CSIR, they give very small projects, very small projects, like the maximum funding for the equipment grant is 6 lakhs. But DRDO, yes, if the project is good and it is a application, it has applications in defense, then there's no limit of funding. 1 crore, 2 crore, they give huge funds if you are able to justify the grant. Then you have Department of Coal, Ministry of Earth Science, Department of Science and Technology. Yes, it is very important for engineering faculty members. I think this is the most important funding agency where you can apply, and there are lots and lots of schemes of DST which you can apply. We can go to, and everything is online. Like you can go to onlinedst.gov.in. I think that I have put it in subsequent slides. And there are a lot of schemes, and not only schemes for research, for basic research, for applied research, but also for international collaborations. So Department of Science and Technology, they have networking with lot of international funding agencies. So through this networking, they give you grant for international projects. Like one of the projects I recently got with Austria, it is a department DST project, and although the funding is not very huge, but still they give you the grant for your chemicals, the contingency grant, some good grant for the equipment, and for mutual travel, not only for the faculty, but they give you grant for your students also. Suppose you have PhD students and you want to send for training to some collaborating lab in some other country, so they give grant for travel to your students also. So that is the best part of DST, because they have huge number of projects and they are very responsive. In case you apply for the project, they will always, like for last 3-4 years I'm handling this project, DST projects, and I have never faced a problem that the funding agency is not responding. They are very responsive, and everything it comes to on the portal, and it will be properly communicated to you. Then DSIR, Department of Ayurveda, Yoga, Naturopathy, if you are working Ayush, like now it is a very, after COVID and even before COVID, since this government has come in, they have tried to revive Ayurveda and these kind of sciences. So this ministry has a lot of work. Apart from this, you have Ministry of Water also. So Ministry of Water, they are also Department of Ministry of Water, they are also giving funding for different environmental projects. Then you have ICMR, those who are working in the medical field. Then India Meteorological Department, India Space Research Organization, Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, those who are working in software or electronics, and Department of Information Technology, they can apply to Department of Information Technology, DIT. And people like UIT, we have one more institute, University Institute of Engineering and Technology, and they have those, the people, the faculty members working there, they have got huge grants from DIT, tuning to 2 to 3 crores. So they give good grant, Ministry of Communication Information and Department of DIT basically. And then ISRO, the ISRO, you have to find out they do give grant, BRNS and ISRO, they do give grant, but then you have to find out some overlapping research, because they will give, these funding agencies will give grant only when they feel that the research is going to help them also. So because it's not like DST, whosoever approach for basic research and they will give, these organizations, they will first see whether the project or the research is pertinent to their objectives or not. Only then the ISRO will give you the grant. So you have to match your research with these organizations, and then you can approach for research. Then in Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Food Processing Industries, those who are working in the area of food, so they can apply for food processing industry. And Ministry of Environment and Project, the Forest, Ministry of Environment, if you're working on water treatment, like I am working on materials and water treatment, so there are projects on this. You have to look for when they announce their grant. And then Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, like you are working in solar energy, or you're working in solar cells, or some alternate energy source, so you can apply to Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. The Ministry of Power, Central Power Research into CPRI. Then Ministry of those who are working in social justice or empowerment, they can approach Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Ministry of Water Resources, Petroleum Conservation Research Association, and University Grant Commission. And then you have initially the DST and SCRC were together, but now SCRC is separate from DST, and DST has a lot of, again, other different schemes, because a lot of like nanoscience division, that is part of DST now. Then all international division is part of DST now, and then other water, seed, like social societal concern, and there are a number of schemes which have been demarcated now. Those are with DST. And scientific and engineering research, they are totally focused on the science and engineering research. They are not, SCRC is not dealing with now with the international projects. Initially they were together, the DST and SCRC were together, SCRC were together, but now they are separate. SCRC is now giving the extramural grant and also the travel grant, but DST's the DST, the number of grants, the number of types of grant with DST are more. Like total nano mission is under DST now, seed division is under DST now, international division is under DST now. So now the SCRC is different, and the DST is different. Then intensification of research in high priority areas. High priority areas, like now, like this COVID has come into, so this COVID has become the high priority area. So if you want to apply, if somebody is working on that, then they can apply for this. Or like if it's I'm working on some kind of very specified solar cells or perovskite cells, so I can apply for energy. Taking that into account, I have to see what are the high priority areas announced by the government, and then I can approach this this funding agency for IRHPA for funding. Then nanoscience ho gaya, Ramanujan fellowship, and these are the two fellowships for the faculty members. They can apply if they want to. Ramanujan is for the mathematics, and JC Bose is basically for science. Then these are Ramana Fellowship. Those who want to go for some overseas, then they can apply for Ramana Fellowship for research. And then you have these two grants: Funds of Improvement of S&T and Infrastructure University for and other higher educational institutions, FIST, which we call it. This is basically a grant from DST and meant for the institution. This is not an individual grant. So this is only meant for the institution. So those institutions who want to improve their infrastructure, so then they can approach to DST. And this program is basically known as DST FIST. So they have to apply. It's a little like you have. It's because it's an institutional project. So all the faculty members they need to they have to present their strength. What is the strength of the department? What is the alumni base? What is the infrastructure facility they have? What is the research the college is doing? So they have all kind of parameters are there on which they are judged that whether the department deserves this grant or not. This is similar to the SAP grant from UGC. I don't know whether your colleges, any of the college, they have the SAP grant or not. I'm not sure, but similar to that, because both are institutional grants. But basically, FIST grant is meant for the science and technology departments, and SAP is meant for all. Like it's not limited to the science and technology. It is for all, like all the social science departments, management department, and the engineering department. They get SAP grant, and they are different. Similarly, in FIST also, they are different different hierarchies. Like you get FIST 1, FIST 2, and then like SAP, you have DRS 1, DRS 2, and so on, depending, and then Center for Excellence. So depending upon in what stage you are, you get the amount of grant is depends upon the stage you are in. So both FIST and SAP, they are institutional grants. And then SAF. SAF facilities is like Punjab University is lucky to have, we are fortunate to have this SAF facility. These are meant for major equipments, major analytical equipments, like we have transmission electron microscopy or FESEM, or these like the major the instruments which cannot be purchased through any of the research grant or any other FIST grant or the small grants you cannot get. That there's all the sophisticated instruments ranging from maybe crore 70-80 lakhs to few crores, they are given in the SAF facilities. But again, it is an institutional grant. It is not an individual grant to the faculty members. And then for human resource nurturing and young talent, you have a fast track grant for the young faculty members. Then Swanjit Fellowship, Swan Jayanti Fellowship for the faculty members. Again, the Boycost Fellowship, again for the faculty members, those who want to work in, those who want to go overseas and work. So for them, it is the Boycost Fellowship. And then you have different women scientist programs: WAS 1, WAS 2, WAS 3. WAS A, WAS B, WAS C. Sorry, 1, 2, 3. It's WAS A, WAS B, and WAS C. Depending upon their different parameters, like those who have break in career, So they apply in a different WAS scheme, and then WAS C is for the ladies which are already in job and then husband is working somewhere else. So if they want to apply at the same station, they have WAS C. So they're different kind of WAS, this women scientist programs. This is again by DST. So you can go to the DST website and see the different women scientist schemes. So A, B, C, and the parameters, the different parameters are there. Then Kishore Vigyan Prosahan Yojana, innovation in science for Inspire research program. Now there are two kind of Inspire programs. One is for the JRF for the students, and then you have Inspire program for the faculty. So those some faculty members who have excellent research and they do not have a permanent job, and then they can apply for Inspire faculty. So you can, it's a 5 years grant, and you can apply to some institution. Like we have in Punjab University in physics and chemistry department, a lot of faculty members, and they are known as Inspire faculty. And the entire salary plus the contingency, I think there's a huge contingency, 5 lakhs contingency, which is given with the program, so that you can not only you can teach, you can gain the teaching experience, but along with that you can have the research grant also. So that is known as Inspire faculty grant. Then international travel support schemes, it is by different, like UGC also offers travel support, AICTE also offers travel support, and DST, yes, offers travel support. And DST has 2 travel support grants. One is for young scientist and the other is for senior scientist. For young scientist, they give the entire expenditure of the travel. You just have to apply 3 months in advance if you want to travel overseas, and for a conference, giving a talk. So this is basically meant for the travel, for the conference. So if you are traveling, if you want to go, then you have been invited. So you just apply for this grant 3 months in advance. And if you are a young scientist, then you get the entire thing, like your registration fees, visa fees, travel fees, your local travel, everything is reimbursed by the DST. But if you are a senior scientist, then only limited grant. I think registration fees they don't give. They give you only the travel grant. And then you have assistance to professional bodies for seminar and symposium. If you want to organize some seminar or symposium, you can approach all the 3 agencies, all the 4. You can approach DBT also, DST, AICTE, and UGC. All of them they give you, and then ICMR also, and ICCSR also. They all give you the assistance for seminar and symposium. So if you want to apply, if you want to organize some seminar, you just have to plan little ahead of time. Just plan ahead of 3 months or 4 months ahead of time, and you can apply and get this grant. And I just this program is also being held under AICTE, so you can approach and get a good grant. And then you have some Shramik Vidyapeeth and different subject associations like Indian Psychological Association, Adult Education. These are all social science schemes. So I'm very comfortable in that, but not very comfortable in that. I hope I'm not running too fast. Can anybody unmute them herself or himself and tell me if I'm not running very fast?
No, madam, no, it's okay.
It's okay? Yeah. Then you have the Commonwealth Fellowship, Rhodes Fellowship, and Fulbright Fellowship, Isbury Fellowship, and I'm lucky to get this Isbury Fellowship. I don't know whether this Isbury Fellowship is not a very regular thing. The government announces like very frequently after 2-3 years. So you have to look to this Isbury site. Basically, Isbury is Indo-Swiss bilateral research initiative. So basically, the Indian scientists, they get a chance to visit Switzerland, and you can identify a scientist or a group of scientists who are working in the complementary areas as yours, and they should be ready to, in all of them, like even in Commonwealth, even in Fulbright and ISBRI, you have to find a scientist, overseas scientist, who is ready to host you, even in Indo-Shastri also, who is ready to host you. Now, once that scientist is ready to host you, then you need a letter from their side, and then you apply for this kind of fellowship. Now, to host, like to ask or request somebody to host you, you need to have your strong foothold, because until unless you have a good research, and like only then you can say, yes, I'm doing work in this area and you are also working in this area, I want to learn from your experience, and then allow me. And because they don't have any financial liability, so they welcome you. But until and unless you have a good research background, they don't respond. If you are, or you know somebody, like if you know somebody in Canada, you can apply for Indo-Shastri. But yes, if you are applying for a Commonwealth or a Fulbright fellowship, the people, they don't respond until unless, yes, you can say, yes, I have these number of publications and I am working in this area. Only then you can apply. So my, like what I have been doing is, because initially, now with time I've gained experience and the research publications. Initially when I started, I was just like you. So though I had few publications at that time when I got ISBRI fellowship, it was in 2010 or 11, 10. It was in 10 I got this fellowship. So then you identify first, and the best way is, I tell you, to find out the scientists working in your area is, you go to Science Direct, or you go to a journal website. I go to generally I go to the Science Direct, because still, like my 3-4 international projects are in pipeline. So how do I approach is the same. I am telling you, I go to Science Direct and find out like the keywords. I'm working in the area of cellulose. What I'm doing is I'm trying to isolate cellulose from all kind of bio waste and use it for some environmental applications. So I know my area. So what I do is, I go to sciencedirect.com, and then there I find out, I just type in this these keywords. So when I type these keywords, I get some research publications. So, and again, what you want to do, if you are looking for a specific country, then there is affiliation also, author affiliation also. In that author affiliation, you put the country name. So you will get some papers of the people working in your area belonging to that country. So then you select a few, those you really think they are matching your area, and then you write to them. And if you have a good research standing, a reasonable research standing also, and they are not burdened financially, so they will definitely agree. And for that, then you should use your official email IDs. Don't use your Gmail or Yahoo Mail or any other email ID. If you are writing from your official email ID and giving a proper introduction about yourself, your papers, the area where you are working in, people do respond. And I have, you believe, all my the collaborations I have or I have applied for, I have got like that only. Only 1 or 2 where I knew people when I met in the conferences, but otherwise I have approached the people from there, and believe me, they really, when you apply for the project, they really guide you through the project. So this is how I have applied, and you try also. And this is a very simple way of finding out people in your area and applying for the project. And do keep on looking for, because like these Commonwealth Fellowship, Fulbright Fellowship, generally October, November, there are a lot of, now this year, because of the COVID, the government doesn't have money. The lot of fellowships, they have not been announced. But yes, this is the time starting from September to December. A lot of fellowships are announced. So keep on looking on the DST. Be regular visitor to the DST website. I'll suggest that because DST has maximum number of projects. So if you keep on visiting DST website, you really you apply for maybe 4 or 5, and maybe you will hit one. So this way you can really because once you have the experience, and then once you apply for, then the next time you will write better, and then it becomes it keeps on getting better and better with time as you write more and more projects or these fellowship proposals. And then if you see the broad category of the grant, I think we have discussed this. We have the research grants, which are mainly known as extramural grants, the seminar grants, paper presentation, registration, like these are if you want to apply, go overseas, the travel grant basically. So some funding is the AICTE gives you partial grant, it doesn't give you the full grant. It never gives you, it gives you only the travel grant. The registration you have to manage from somewhere else. But yes, DST, as I told you, have availed twice the DST travel grant. They give you as a junior research scientist, they will give you the entire expenditure, including the registration, travel, visa, your boarding and lodging, everything they give you. And then you have paper publication award, and then travel grant and the faculty development programs. So nowadays it's all online, but they do give the for funding for the faculty development programs, for attending also and for conduct also. And you can apply, like if you are a TEQIP institution, or you can apply apply for the paper presentation registration also. Like now they have restricted the international travel to only those institutions which are NBA accredited, or you have to apply 3-4 months in advance, and you have to be invited for an invited talk or a plenary talk. Only then you get the grant in under TEQIP. But the paper publication award and the local travel, means domestic travel grant, and faculty development program, you can all apply under TEQIP. And the TEQIP, there's a provision in TEQIP. The whole academic head is meant for all these grants. Even if you want to apply anywhere in India, if you want to go for a seminar, the TEQIP has a lot of grant. You can ask your college, request your college to for the grant. And I'm telling you, like for under TEQIP, how do we are managing the research grant? Because TEQIP, as I told you in the beginning, TEQIP is not meant for research. But what we have done under TEQIP, we are giving seed grant to the faculty members. Seed grant in the sense they have to write a small project with timelines, with definite timelines. Like and what you can do is, like if you are doing a PhD, you can take a part of your study and ask for funding for that part. That's becomes a small small project where you have definite timelines also and definite objectives also, where you can, like if you are asking for 3 months or 6 months, 2 lakh rupees or lakh of rupee or 2 lakh rupees. So there's you have tangible objectives and the time wherein you can finish that project. So what we are in our institute, we have requested the core committee, and we have a core committee and then the BOG. So we have requested the BOG to allow us to give the seed grant. So under the seed grant, we give all the chemicals, glassware, and all that, all the contingency. So that the faculty members has a liberty to buy according to, though following all the TEQIP norms. But yes, because if I need chemicals, I have a liberty to get all my chemicals through TEQIP, because that's a for science students, for science that's a major expenditure. Or small equipments also, but that goes under we have to book it in the procurement grant, PMSS. So but yes, we can ask for the small equipments designated as, like you can always justify that this is needed for research, and you can get that. Plus the student also, you can have directly they get the fellowship from TEQIP grant. So the student getting fellowship from TEQIP grant can work with you for your project, for the small the project which you have applied for. So this is how we are managing the TEQIP grant for research activities also. So we are like for last even TEQIP 2 also and TEQIP 3 also, we are giving the seed grant to all the faculty members for research. The basic purpose is for giving this seed grant is at least the faculty members should start with their research. They have some small setup of their own, maybe a small research lab, so that is a preparation for them to write a bigger project to the other funding agencies. So this is the basic purpose. And if you have if you have started some work, if you initially you can publish, you can go for seminar presentations, and you can even apply for under TEQIP grant, you can apply for the publication. Although personally I'm not in favor of that, to give publication money, because a lot of journals are all predatory journals are coming, which ask you to give 10,000 rupees and they publish whatever crap you have. So I'm not personally in favor of that, but still, to start with, you can write decent papers and ask TEQIP to give you some publication grant. Like even good, I'm not saying all the journals which are asking money, they are all bad. No, lot of good journals nowadays which are known as open access journals, even Elsevier, RSC, like RSC Advances, it's a very good journal for us, like with around 9 or 10 impact factor, and that's they ask for money because it's an open access journal, so they ask for money. So but try to publish once, if you at the initial stage, if you start publishing in low impact journals, then that you start then it becomes a habit. So initially start with good journals, at least not very high impact, but at least the decent journals, and then slowly you can improve upon, and by having grants or small setups or the research students from TEQIP, you can start writing good papers and projects. So these are the national bodies we have already once we have discussed. So the projects, these are the national bodies: UGC, ICSR, AICTE, DST, DBT, and there are many more also. क्या हुआ? I think this all we have almost covered this. UGC, because I told you UGC has not announced the major research projects for last 4-5 years. They are giving the doctoral fellowship. A lot of our students, it's for the students, they get PhD fellowship, the JRF fellowship from UGC. Then there are research awards and travel grant, and I'm not going into details of this. And then for the faculty members, individual faculty members, you have DS Kothari fellowship, Radhakrishnan postdoctoral fellowship. Then you have also research award from UGC. I think it was there in the first previous slide. You have research award from UGC. I think if you are they prefer young scientists. There's I think the age limit of 40 years or 45 years. You have to check that. Under that scheme, you can apply for research grant. So the entire your salary as well as lot of research grant is given by UGC for 3 years, and you can apply for the research grant sitting in your institution, or you can go to some other university also under that research grant, research award. So it is for 3 years, and you get the entire salary from UGC and and a good research grant from UGC. So you can apply for that research award. And then so these are all schemes, these are all fellowships by ICSR. I can share this PPT with you so that you can go through this. And then CSIR. Now CSIR, as I told you, it has the main grant. They have a lot of schemes like travel grant and Nehru Science Postdoctoral Fellowship, Bhatnagar Fellowship. Bhatnagar Fellowship it's a very prestigious fellowship. A CSI Young Scientist Award, Visiting Fellowship, and then you have something called as funding for sponsored research schemes, and so that is known as, I think, sorry. You go to HRDG this thing, of CSIR, HRDG division of CSIR, and you can apply for funding. But as I told you, they give you, though if it's a good project, they give you the funding, and but you have the maximum research grant, the maximum equipment grant is given up to 6 lakhs. But yes, they prefer, if you write a good project and you ask for a research fellow in the grant, even research assistant in the grant, they definitely give you that, because CSIR, the main purpose is they promote the fellowship. If you have the manpower recruitment, they promote. So if you are asking for in a research project, if you are asking for a fellow, the GRF fellow or a research associate, they will definitely give you that. Although the funding for equipment is less, but yes, they give you the fellowship, they give you the grant for the research fellow. They definitely give you the grant for research fellow. And you get decent contingency grant up to 2 lakh rupees per year for your all consumables, and the travel grant also. Then you have under DST, you have a lot of, as I told you, the maximum number of schemes are available in DST. So you have Inspire faculty, as I've already explained to you. Then core research grant, high risk research award, industry relevant R&D. There are different divisions actually. IIRD is different division, then the nano mission is one division, and then a lot of divisions are there under DST, and we have a lot of schemes. Just go to online dst.gov.in. So there they have a huge list of the grants. Because of the COVID nowadays, nothing is active, and they keep you, like they keep you which one is open and which one is and once you register on the DST portal, they send you the mails also. You get the mailers also that this scheme is open, you can apply for that. So you try to register that, register yourself going to DST portal, and you apply, you register yourself. You have to upload your entire biodata, all the publications, your photograph and everything, so you can register yourself. So once you register, you keep on getting the mailers from them that the scheme is open. So all the details, they keep on coming on your email. And then there's a DST nano mission. Nano mission has 3 major, apart from these fellowships and research contingency, the major research projects, they are divided into 3 parts: nano science, nanotechnology, and nanoscience, nanotechnology. There's one more. So nano mission is totally, they have 3 further subdivisions. So you can apply depending upon which kind of projects you have. If you're working in a basic science, then you apply to nanoscience. If you're working in engineering, you apply to nanotechnology. If you are working in applied field, like you are working with some industry, so then is the 3rd division where you apply. So everything is available. This DST nano mission information is available on the DST, the website I gave you, online dst.gov.in. It is available on that only. And then you have AICTE schemes, then the research promotion scheme, project for the national importance. And one thing I can tell you, if you have a small lab, because I got this grant recently, the MODROPS grant from AICTE. If you have a lab and you want to, even in your college, if you think that you want to upgrade your lab, you want to add certain equipments, the this AICTE gives you decent amount of grant, up to 15-20 lakhs under MODROPS. So you apply, you have to first give that initial number, the existing equipments, and you have to give a rationale that why you want to upgrade that lab. Because a lot of our labs, like in our department, we have got, I think, 6 or 7 mod drop projects. So this is the easiest to get, mod drop. RPS is, because the amount of grant involved is more, so RPS is a little difficult. But yes, mod drop grant, because that's an institute grant, and like even individual grant, like I got it from my research lab, and you just have to give the initial number of equipments you have and why you want to upgrade your lab. Like you have your research, you are taking undergraduate classes, and you want to learn to teach different skills. You can all give all rationale, and even you can give that you give this idea that I will throw open this lab to the industries, the neighboring industries, so that they can come and we can do the contingency. It will generate the contingency also. So all kind of rationale you can give, and you can get this grant, the mod drops grant. So you can at least 5 or 6 equipments, the decent equipments, you can add to your lab using this grant. And then RPS scheme is the basic research promotion grant, where you apply for extramural funding under AICTE. But then all these research promotion, mod drops, national power, all these grants, they are only available for AICTE approved institutions, and they have to be applied. Because for others, anybody can go to DST portal, like I want to apply, I can go to DST portal and apply. But for AICTE, the restriction is you have to apply from the departmental portal only. Like if you are if your institute is registered in the AICTE, then you have to go to only your departmental portal and then you apply. And then it is also limited that they don't take, generally they don't take, if like some 3 or 4 projects are in pipeline, so they take only few limited number of projects. Like if 2-3 are in pipeline, and then they will stop after 3, that no more projects can be uploaded. So there's a little that way, there's a lot of limitations with the AICTE schemes. So but still, if you have good luck, and then the main thing, AICTE, they have marks. What they have made a very transparent marking scheme. Whether your institution is AICTE approved, you get some number of marks. Whether you have got some award, the PI has got some award, then they have marks. If you have this number of publications, you get a definite number of marks. And then whether the institute is NB accredited, then you get the marks. So for they have definite number of for different categories, they have different marks. And if you fulfill that criteria, so you are going to get that project. That's definite. If you are the minimum number of marks, if you are fulfilling that, then definitely you will get the project. I think I skipped this because it's all repetition. Then you have different multilateral bodies like Ministry of Human Resource Development, Shramik Vidyapeeth, International Labour Organization, UNESCO, World Bank. Though like they don't give you project directly, but some indirect, sometimes they announce, like World Bank, it sometimes announce some projects, not exactly the research projects, but some projects like societal, which are mainly towards the societal upbringing. So they, even Ministry of Information Technology, they have further division which announce the Department of Information, DIT, through which they give the project. Directly they do not they give the project. Then international fellowship, as I told you, this already we have discussed. I skipped this. Then UKIRI, there are two. UKIRI is giving there's actually 3 modes through which you can apply to UKIRI. It is one is the directly UCRI website you apply. They announce the UCRI projects, and you can. They announce the project and you can apply for those projects, or sometimes the Indo-UK grant, it is announced by DST. If you want to apply for a UCRI project, you can apply through the DST also, DST Thematic Research Partnership. So it is announced, I think, in the month of, generally the last date is in the month of January. Navdeep, am I audible? So is in the month of January, the DST announces this UCRI scheme. So you can look for the DST website. And but then before you start, if it's announced in the month of this, if the last date is in the January, so you have to ask for the partnerships. You have to look for the international partners now, so that you have enough time to prepare for the project. And then the similar research scheme is there in the UGC also. Both UGC and they run parallel. UGC also, they have this UCRI scheme. So you can apply from any mode. You can go through the UGC scheme, or you can go through the DST scheme. And you can apply for both also. It's not like if you apply one, you are barred from the other. No, you can apply for both also. Then MHRD GYAN collaborations. This was a program announced. For the time being, it is stopped because this COVID, and then there were a lot of GYAN applications, so they have stopped it for the time being. But GYAN is basically if you want to invite a senior scientist from outside India, if you think that scientist is well established and like the H-index and all that is good, you can apply that scientist for a week to your university or college. And then there's a local coordinator for the GYAN. Suppose I want to conduct a GYAN program. So what I do is I apply for I invite some scientist, overseas scientist for this program. And then I have to design a MOOCs course for a 1 week course, which include both the theory sessions also and the practical sessions also. So I have to divide that, and it's exactly I think it's a 1 week program. So 1 week program, some I think 60%, yes, 60% is taken by the invited scientist, and 40% is taken by the host scientist. So if you think 40% is more for you, like you can collaborate two, like I applied for 2 GYAN programs. So I did it with someone else, like we two collaborated together, and we invited one a scientist from abroad, and then we designed a program for 1 week. And like morning sessions, they are the theory sessions, and then afternoon you have the practical sessions. So you have 1-page write-up for the rationale of the program and what is the importance of the program, then the program itself, and then the biodata of the invited scientists. So the entire expenditure for that, the travel, the stay, and everything is borne by MHRD. The MHRD gives entire expenditure. Yes, like if you are online program, it's very easy. But if you are conducting an offline program, so the the expenditure comes from the MHRD, but the rest of the expenditure, if the expenditure is more, you can charge fees from the participants, and then from there you can manage the expenditure. Suppose you are organizing a 1 week program, so you have to arrange for the food and all that. So you can charge the participants some reasonable amount, and you can manage from there. And then early career to mid career research fellowships, incubation center support. It's all available under UCRI. Then you have UMGF scholarships for Canada international students, Endeavour postgraduate scholarships, and then there are a number of fellowships, Erasmus fellowship. Again, you have to see your age limit, because all these programs, they have generally 35 to 40 years as age limit. Erasmus again 40 years as age. So you have to see all these programs. Apart from that, there's a also one program, NewFIC, Orange Fellowship Program, so you can apply for that also. Now coming to Prince, what are the tips for a successful project bidding? I'll quickly go through this, and then I have a small presentation on how to write research projects. I think I have time. 10 minutes I can take, Navdeep?
Yes, ma'am. We can see you, ma'am.
I can take
See your PPT, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can take, ma'am.
Okay.
We can extend it 3:30, ma'am. We can extend it.
No, I think I can finish by 3:15. I'll try to finish by then. We can take some questions if somebody has.
Okay, ma'am. Sure.
The PI have to maintain all the records. Like this is a very useful tip, because in most of the institutions, the everything is like all the bills, all the stock registers, all the tenders, they have to be done by the PI themselves. Hardly any support is available from the institution side. And then projects of interdisciplinary nature gives a weightage. Yes, it is a very important thing nowadays, because like today only because I'm working in materials. So if I want to see some antimicrobial properties or some because being an engineer, I'm very poor in chemistry. So I need somebody to I want to make a project where the synthesis is also involved. So what I do is I approach a person from chemistry, and we collaborate together to make a project, and that always make a sense. That nowadays the funding agency, all the funding agencies, they are looking for interdisciplinary projects. Like last project I've applied is it's a kind of we have 4 scientists have collaborated to make that project. We are making, somebody is making that material. I'm being a technologist. I'm doing it on large scale. The third person is a microbiologist, and they are doing the antimicrobial properties. So all the scientists, like if I'm developing some sensors, like those who are there from the electronics department in your FDP, they can always collaborate with material science, because like being a material scientist, I'm very poor in the sensor part. Like if I want to design a sensor of the material, I've developed some material and I want to devise I make a sensor out of it. I have basically no idea about the electronic circuits. But if I collaborate with an electronic engineer, and then I can make a device like that wherein my expertise and his expertise can be used, that will be wonderful. And all the funding agencies, they are looking for interdisciplinary research, and that also gives you a benefit of publication. If you are trying to publish in a basic science research paper, you need to have a good research, a very good innovative research, because lots and lots of material is coming nowadays, so it's getting difficult to publish. But if you are working in an interdisciplinary area, it is easier to publish also, not only to get the funding, but it is easier to publish. And then budget breakup to give on the yearly basis. You have to work out your budget. We'll discuss that in the next part. Then you make to make a project evaluation committee. You should be first, once you apply for the project, you should be you should identify some people who can, because most of the funding agencies, so yeah, and those who can vouch for you. It's not like you give a random, oh वो तो बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहा है, you give his name as a referee and पता लगा कि उसने तो फिर अपने standard के हिसाब से evaluate कर दिया and your project is gone. No, so you should identify those people, the referees, beforehand, and then quotations and price details as annexures, because that shows you, once you attach quotations and price details with the project, it shows you that yes, you have worked for the project, you are serious about the project. And then research methodology and the gaps in the existing literature, international collaborations if possible, and then projects with commercial applicability. Nowadays, I told you, most of the funding agencies, they are, and with this government, they are not only looking for the applied research, not only for the patents, they are asking for how much your product is industry ready, whether it can be commercialized or not. So, and then you have an online tracking system. So I'll give you the, yes, this is, I want to give in brief how to write a research project. If you see, there are a number of components of this research project: the title of the grant, as I told you, referees, your co-applicant, budget, other operating grants, origin of the research, summary of research, details of research proposal, and applicant CV. I think in this, the whole thing, each and every detail is important. Your budget is important, your details of research proposal, that makes the basis of the whole the grant application, and then applicant CV. It is yes, applicant CV shows whether you will be able to handle the project or not. Like when we joined at this department, we always wondered, like, हमारे seniors को तो project मिल जाता, हमें तो मिलता नहीं है. So the basic reason was because our CV had nothing at that time. So like किसके basis पे आपको funding agency पैसा देगी? So initially, I will always recommend that you associate with your senior faculty members. Try to associate with them, and then once you will get not only how to write an idea about how to write the research grant, but also how to do the research, how to complete that project successfully. You will get an idea. So always associate yourself. If you are a senior researcher, try to associate your junior researchers along with you. If you are a junior researcher, then try to get associated with some senior people. So coming to each and every component, like the title of research project should be very concise and gives the reviewer a general idea about what you are investigating. Means it should be it should not be a very flowery language. Like आपने बना तो title है, बड़ा अच्छा दिया कि बहुत अच्छा title है, बड़ा catchy title है, but ultimately it is not reflecting what you are going to do. So it should be reflecting your exact idea about what you are going to do in the project. What unique thing, not only going to do, but it should also reflect what is uniqueness of your project. So that you should frame the title in a way that it is reflecting your entire project, your strength, your uniqueness of the project. Not be too long, not be too short. So should be ideally concise, but accurate, but sufficient. And then the referees, choose from those in your field of research. Don't go for the referees. मैं materials में काम कर रही हूँ, मैं electronics वाले बंदे का reference दे देती हूँ. Then the funding agency will not choose the referee you are giving, because they are also smart. They are not dumb people sitting there. They will always inquire about the person in which area they are working, and then they will send you the project. And choose a scientist who will be not too critical of your, who should be supporting. Sometimes you have friends also who are very critical about your, and nowadays the funding agencies they also ask for the conflict of interest certificate. So conflict of interest is, suppose like sometimes I have some tussle, or I have a scientist who is a competitor to me. They are working, although we are working in the same area, but we are competitors. So you think that if the project goes to him, he will definitely reject the project. So in that case, when the funding agencies, they ask for conflict of interest, then you can always say that please don't send my project to these people. You can always request them. So this is how that is known as the conflict of interest. So you can also request that also. So it is not only the preferred referees, but non-preferred referees also you can give. And then collaborators, if you give your collaborators, then they will, and collaborators, like if you have two publications together, their funding agencies, they are very smart enough to find out that yes, they are your collaborators, and then they will now not send the project to them. Then not competitors, as I told you, and then the top scientists, So because they will not respond or they will be very critical. Then co-applicants, the co-applicants, like it is just like in interdisciplinary, we already talked about interdisciplinary projects. So try to, because nowadays the latest, if you see the guidelines or if you apply for the international projects, they ask for specific element each and every investigator is going to do. So you have to specify, means exactly this objective and this methodology part will be taken up by this scientist and this will be taken by this, and you have to clearly specify that. So don't try to add bhai bandi wale kaam walon ko co-applicants mat banao. So it's always advisable that those who can really help you, maybe अगर आपको लगता है कि वो आप कुछ एरिया में आप वीक हो या वो पार्ट आप नहीं कर सकते हो उस पार्ट का, you engage some scientists from other discipline to make it an interdisciplinary project. But try to choose your co-applicants very carefully. So there should be strength to your project, not like कि हाँ भैया वो उसकी जुगाड़ है उसको लगा लो उसको, that ultimately will not then they will become liability on you, that not help you, although you will get the project, they will by some hook or crook, by some you will get the project, but ultimately करना तो आपने है. If you choose some co-investigators like that who are not going to work later on, so then ultimately everything comes to you and you'll not be able to successfully complete the project. So choose them, choose your co-applicants very carefully. ये हो गया. Then budget. Give a detailed account of where you will be spending the money. Maybe contingency, maybe travel, maybe equipment. इसमें एक चीज बहुत ध्यान रखो, आप don't like if you are asking for an equipment, please that should be justified in your methodology part. Suppose I'm working on sensors, I'm working on fluorescent sensors, then should I only ask for a fluorescence machine. If I'm working on something else, I'm working on something else and I ask for a mechanical property tester, that doesn't justify. So because sometimes, not sometimes, like when the presentation, when you give the presentation for the project, if the expert is there, they definitely ask you कि इसको use कहाँ करोगे आप, इसको आपने किस लिए मांगा हुआ है. So you have to, the machine the equipment you are asking for should be justified clearly in your methodology part. That should not be used in the budget because you don't get the funding from that. Most of the funding agencies nowadays, like DST, UGC, and then CSI, as I told you, they all give you fund for the JRF fellow. For manpower, they will definitely give you budget because that is the thing they always promote in a project. So always ask for less budget for your equipment, but always ask for a manpower. That is the easiest thing to get in the project. And then operating grants like consumables and all that. So you can ask for the operating grants, and then you have to declare. Overlap means suppose you have the same facility in the department also. So you have to declare that yes, this facility is there, but I need dedicatedly for this project. So this is a justification. So they will definitely give you. And then should not be the review committee. So this is all skip. Then summary of the research project. Now there are two things. I think I forgot to mention in the here. One is the origin and the other is summary. They are two different things. Origin gives you the logic where from where your project started, from where you got this idea. Suppose like what I'm working, I'll give you my example. I'm using all kind of biomass for making out some smart or advanced materials. Biomass in the sense I'm using wheat straw, rice straw, pine needles, all kind of biomass available in Punjab, in and around Punjab, Haryana. So I'm using that. Now, where did I thought of using this biomass? So I thought of like when I went to I've read a lot of reports, and nowadays you all see parali jalane ka kitna, like everywhere the farmers are there, they're burning the stubble, and the whole सांस लेना शाम को मुश्किल हो गया. So this was the first problem I thought of. And the second problem was the major pollution. If you see, apart from this pollution, the other problem of Punjab is water. Lot of villages, lot of area, like if you go to this Maja area, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, they have lot of arsenic and uranium in water, a lot of heavy metal ions. So because of that, people are facing there are cancers and lot of problems are there in the population.
Malwa region.
So the second Malwa region, yes. Thank you. So in this region, so these are the two problems I thought of. I faced. So I started working on those problems, and then I came with an idea. Yes, I can work on this. I use this biomass for treatment of water. So I try to combine these two problems. So this is how it originated. It started from something and it came to something. Like if somebody is working on like a COVID can be a good origin point for lot of your research. So you have to start with some origin from where the problem originated. That is the origin. While the summary is something different. Summary is you give the entire summary of what you are trying to, means in a small, maybe 200, 300 words, you give the entire project, which include origin, significance, innovation, and the entire, like what are the objectives. So everything you give in maybe 300, 200, 300 words. That is the summary of the research proposal. So initially you have to write the origin and then the summary. So it is clear. And then details of research projects include goals and objectives, the background, rationale, and background is like you give all all the work has already which has been done, and what are the gap analysis, and how your research is going to fill that gap analysis. I think you are all faculty members, so you have done the research, and so you know how to write the background, and then rationale and hypothesis, the specific aims, and then significance and the impact of proposal. This you have to very means this has to give a uniqueness of the project. What is unique in your project means in the sense what new you are going to do from what. It's not like कि उसने A+A किया, उसने B+B किया, मैं A+B कर रहा हूँ. It should not be like that. It should be a rational significance should give me let's say I told you about my work. So what I'm doing is the significance is I am trying to combine, I am trying to solve two problems, the problem of biomass burning and the other problem of water, and then I'm trying to create an impact on environment. So I have to clearly specify the significance of my research proposal. And then I think we can go to explain each and everything. How can this, and then you have applicants, the detailed CV of all the applicants. You should give you should clearly specify like your not only your publications but all the activities you have been involved in. Your means, because that gives a strength to the project, whether you will be able to do the project successfully or not. Because sometimes like the one agencies, their own sole purpose is if we give this money to this person and whether they will be able to complete the project or not. So you have to justify that yes, you'll be able to complete the project. And your H-index or impact factor of publication, that's very important. When you are mentioning your publications, you should give the impact factor along with your publications. That really makes an impact. I think that is all. If you have any question, like I will be very happy to answer any question related to research proposals. I know I went very fast, Navdeep, but
No, ma'am, it's okay.
part of covering everything.
No, ma'am, you have covered each and every step and everything. How to apply, what are the things we need to be in our when we are going to apply in our research projects.
I think I try to justify because from my experience uh, for last so many years, because I have learned, nobody taught us. Now you have number of
Madam,
workshop on how to do this,
madam,
how
there
to
is
do
a
this.
one
But
query.
initially when we started, we hardly anything. Yes.
Madam, there is a one query. Madam, is there
Uh-huh.
a minimum requirement in terms of publications when we are going for applying for these grants?
Generally, when you apply for a fellowship, yes, there are. But for research grants, I don't think there is any. But yes, if you don't have any publication, it's better you associate with somebody, some senior member, and then you apply. Because there's always an apprehension on the reviewer's part that whether you'll be able to do this project or not. So I always suggest you that you apply initially to start with. You apply if you're doing PhD, then it's okay. You can apply for the fast track grant. There they don't need any research publication in the fast track grant. This is basically meant for PhD, for doing PhD. But if you are applying for a research extramural grant and you don't have any research publication, then it's always better you apply along with, you take some senior person as a PI and you be the co-PI. So once you do a project, then it will be easier for you to apply for the subsequent grants. But yes, it is, though they do not write anything. There's no, they don't write, they always write senior scientists and faculty members of universities and colleges. But yes, when your project is reviewed, they will definitely look into it, because sometimes you make a very good project, you have a very good idea, you send that idea, but then if you do not have a good CV or if you do not have a good publications, there's always an apprehension, like मेरे पास ही कोई project review को नहीं आता है ना, तो I always think that ये CV तो ऐसा है, कहीं से copy किया होगा. You understand my point?
Yes, yes, madam.
Though
Yes,
nobody
ma'am.
knows that you have written the project and you have such a good idea, but that definitely reflects a good publication. They definitely reflect and make confidence, build a confidence around you.
Madam, one category you talked about like a paper publication award. What is that?
Paper publication, like even in TEQIP, I told you, you can apply, you can ask for a lot of journals, but don't go for predatory journals. Go for good journals. Even if you go to Elsevier, there are good journals with 2-3 impact factors where you can publish a decent research, open access journals. So publication award is basically you for publishing. If you want to publish in a paper, you get the grant, the publication grant you can easily get, and you can ask for publication grant from the TEQIP also. As I told you, there is a provision under TEQIP where you can ask for the publication grant.
Okay, madam, thank you.
Okay. Any other question? There's a chat में कुछ आया है क्या? Okay. कोई भी question related to project, because anything related to TEQIP also. Like if you want to ask something about TEQIP, I am happy to answer. Because TEQIP has it has given you a lot of liberty.
मैं ਤਾਂ ਹੀ group ਚ message ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੀ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ reply ਤਾਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਤੂੰ
Any question, any query from participant side? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your informative session. As we are in teaching and research profession, how to apply the different categories of grant in various agencies, UGC, AICTE, DRDO, and we really need to think about on this side. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your great inputs on these things. How to apply the grants, how you to have a good CV when you are applying that grants. Thanks a lot, ma'am.
You're always welcome in any question, like anytime you need a help for this part, the grant part, I'm always there. You can always approach me.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know, but it's not. No.
A very good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, sir? So you are not audible, sir. A very good afternoon, sir. Not audible, sir. Parampal, sir. You are not audible, sir.
So try to plug out your headphones if you're using laptop.
No, we can't hear you, sir. No, sir. So your voice is not audible, sir.
This conference will now be recorded.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir. A very good afternoon, sir.
Very good afternoon.
Sir, we'll be starting in another 5 or 10 minutes, sir.
Okay, fine. So I can stop sharing and that's fine.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How to stop share? Should I click on this so it will be disabled? I think I need to stop share.
So there is an icon named by screen.
Screen, sir. You just click the screen option.
Screen. If I just close this, it is okay. Okay, stop sharing. Yeah, it's there.
Okay.
Namaskar ji.
Namaskar, Prashant ji. How are you?
Very fine. आप कैसे हैं?
I'm good. So nice to see you again once more. Huh?
After a long time.
After a long time. Yes, after a long time. So everything is fine. Everything is family is good. All good.
Yes, yes. Everything is fine.
That's
So, sir, what I have done is I've gone through. So this learning objectives and all you people have done already. So I would not be focusing Parampal ji more on the objective.
Hanji sir, I was on a call. Yes, can you repeat what you were saying?
Yeah, what I am saying, I've gone through the speakers and learning objective and these kind of things you had already gone through, right?
Okay.
So some part of this is covered, I think. So I'm focusing primarily on curriculum design.
Okay, that would be great. That would be great.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's see then. Let's see.
Okay. Ma'am, Navdeep ma'am, do we start?
Yes, sir. Let me start. I extend a warm welcome to the expert speaker of last session of second week of AICTE sponsored faculty development program. Now I would like to request Dr. Parampal Singh, head of the department, to kindly introduce speaker of the day. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. It's always a pleasure talking and interacting with Dr. Prashant. I came to we came into touch with each other when I was attending my FDP at IIM Trichy, and he was one of the persons who was always there to help me. So from that, I just thought I should ask another help from him and ask him to give an interactive session. So I would like to formally introduce our guest speaker for today, Dr. Prashant Gupta. He's an academician, a trainer, a researcher, and a consultant. And he is primarily working right now at IIM, Indian Institute of Management, Trichapalli, that is Trichy. He is an associate professor at the Indian Institute of Management, Trichy. Prior to that, he has served with International Management Institute, that is IMI Delhi, at various positions, as has been a Dean, School of Management at Gautam Buddha University, Greater Noida. He has more than 2 decades of experience and is a blend of industry and academics. It has gained him a reputation of institution builder, established trainer, and an avid researcher. He has shouldered many administrative responsibilities to help in establishing these 3 institutions from the scratch. He has conducted various training programs from around 40 companies for more than 4,000. It's a great number, 4,000 middle, senior, and top level executives of ONGC, IOC, Oil India, HPCL, NTPC, GAIL, NLC, Coal India, and has conducted various directors conclaves for board members of various companies. He has trained more than 1,000 foreign, government, private sector executives of around 55 countries sponsored by MEA, Government of India. He is also on the advisory board of 3 companies and sits in the selection panel of various institutions for recruiting faculty members. Many international and national research publications of repute are to his credit. He has presented many papers in refereed international and national conferences in India, in the institutes like IIMs, IITs, ISB Hyderabad, and abroad at Japan, Sweden, France, USA, Greece, and Thailand. I think this list will be added up soon. A lot of countries will be adding up, Dr. Saab. Okay. Yeah, looking forward to it. He is also a member of Center for Corporate Governance and Social Responsibility and Center for Disruptive Innovation and Enterprise at IIM Delhi. He has been involved in various accreditation processes like AMBA, AICSB, NB, etc. His areas of specialization are accounting, corporate finance, taxation, and corporate governance. Dr. Prashant is also a trained faculty member by Ivy Business School, Canada, and International Finance Corporation, World Bank Group Company, USA, on corporate governance. So the list goes on. So with this, I would formally welcome the speaker for today, Dr. Prashant Gupta, to share his views with the faculty members. Over to you, Dr. Saab.
Thank you so much, Parampal ji. Very lengthy introduction. Could have been cut short.
No.
In nutshell, we all are professors, we all are teachers, and we all are lifelong learners. And the audience is also for lifelong learners. So it's a learners community. I think that is enough.
Okay.
But anyways, thanks for your kind words.
My pleasure.
First, I think I need to share the screen. Just a minute. Okay. So I hope it's fine. It's visible.
Yes, it's great, sir. It's good.
Fine, sir. So as I discussed, first thing is being a teacher. What should we do? So I always, whenever start session, generally with executives or with the new batch of our MBA. So the question is, what is look forward from the audience side is, if I cannot learn the way you teach, will you teach me the way I can learn? Whatever curriculum design, that is my topic. slightly away, I have started with this note because being a teacher, I think the first thing what we need to understand is the need and the expectations of your audience. If you are not able to correlate with audience, then whatsoever good you know, however qualitative that material can be, but if we are not coming down to their level, it's very difficult that they can understand. So slightly deviated from my topic, but I thought it's important. And here I would like to quote Shri Aurobindo, who used to say this, like nothing can be taught. A teacher's business is to suggest, not to improve. The idea of hammering the child in the shape desired by teacher or parent is a barbarous and ignorant superstition. It is he himself who must be inducted to expend in accordance with his outlook. So both sides. One side, when I'm saying as a teacher what you should do, at the same time there is a responsibility of the learners also to be attentive, and they have to induce things. So here, when we are starting this discussion, since we all are teachers, my humble request is be more participative and be open to discuss wherever you have your own thoughts, your own views, because it is not student teacher kind of a thing. It's a both sides are same. This side and that side of the table is same. Rather, here I am with few years of experience, and together you are of hundreds and hundreds of years of experience. So I would like to have it more discussion oriented. So when we start with this curriculum design and development, the first thing is, what is curriculum? What do you think? What is curriculum? I would need participation from you all also. You can please unmute and discuss on that. What do you think? What is curriculum? Okay. Fine.
I think
yeah,
other people are a little bit reluctant to interact. So already you've already shown it. I'll go for the next question.
That's fine. That's fine. Because I think two-way learning is always better, but that's fine.
Yeah.
As I said, you have to deal with the audience and what audience want. Fine. So the other two, I would like to quote Jen J. In one of his research. He said that everything that happens in relation to educational programs is curriculum.
Yeah.
Garcia also quoted that the sum of learning stated as educational ends, educational activities, subjects, and or topics decided upon and provided within the framework of an educational institution or in a less formal setup. So first thing is, when we are talking about the curriculum, in a nutshell, we can say all the learning which is planned and guided by the institution, whether it is carried on in group or individually inside or outside the institution. So the first thing that we need to understand, that curriculum is not coming from outside. It is what we want to teach, what we want to inculcate in our students or the audience, whichever the case may be. Accordingly, you have to devise. But everything is within the framework of your institutional setup. So when you look at this framework of an educational institution is very important. Where you are, what is the framework of your educational institution? So it is a top to down approach. First, you have to look at that, and then accordingly you should devise your curriculum. In isolation, things look very good. So as an ideal or a model curriculum, I can design a curriculum which looks very attractive, which looks very pragmatic, very profound. But at the same time, whether our institutional framework, it is fit in within the institutional framework or not. If it is not fit in within the institutional framework, your ultimate vision or mission of the institute, then there is no point of having that kind of curriculum. Okay. Now the second thing is design. What do we understand when we say what is design? Now here most of you are technocrats. Many of you would be from computer science, and so what is design? So again, I'll quote from the Microsoft Encarta. Two things. Design is something's form and structure. Whatever you are talking, whatever you want to design, that thing's form and structure is design. And it is also a way something is made. That is the design. So when we are talking about the curriculum design, we need to understand these two things. What is design and what is curriculum? And now you think of a curriculum design. So curriculum part we understood. Now how to structure it, how to make it, right? So what is curriculum design then? So curriculum design refers to the structure of the arrangement of the components or elements of a curriculum. Very normal, commonly used term. We all understand that. But you know, many of you are coming from various institutions. Now, institutions to institutions, my experience has been, you know, I've worked with a private institution, I've worked with a state university, I'm working with IIMs. Before that, I worked with a very good private institute at par with IIMs. Each institution has their own set. But when you talk about framework of learning, right, the main and most important thing starts with curriculum design. Because what components you are taking, that is very important in that. Many places I have seen that, you know, old templates, they are still working, and curricula means only the contents. You just write down the contents and matter is over. So what is your curriculum? You just give in frame either line wise, point wise, or in a paragraph mode that these are the topics we are going to cover, and this is our curriculum. That is not curriculum, that is only content. What more should be there other than the content? So that is important, right? So curriculum design process. Before designing any curriculum, what we need to do? So first is analysis of needs. Any course, even the existing course, you know, updations needed and things are changing very fast. So first you need to analyze the needs. What are the needs of that particular course for which you are designing the curriculum? Now here we are talking about the micro level, because curriculum design would be for each course in a particular program. So I'm not discussing your institutional objectives and then you come down to your program objectives. So each institute may have various programs. Under the programs, you have different courses. So I'm discussing on a micro level, at the program level, within the program, which course you are talking about, and in that course, what should be the curriculum design for that course from that perspective. So first, you need to analyze the needs. Then translating the needs into course and general learning objectives. So you have to convert that, you know, identify need, and then accordingly you need to design your course. First, you need to think of the course, and if you're talking about that, then looking at the needs, what would be your objectives, learning objectives? When you are thinking of a course, what actually you are thinking that after completion of the course, a student must learn. So we need to then design our learning objectives. Now, splitting the objectives into specific objectives. Now, one is the broad objective, then you break them and you add specific objectives, right? Each course may have that. I'm not from engineering background, that's my limitation, so I cannot discuss in detail, take an example of any engineering program course, but if you look at, suppose, I can discuss a lot on finance and economics, but here suppose you take a course on AI. Now the need is that the market is moving towards that. So you are talking about Internet of Things, you are talking about artificial intelligence, you are talking about machine learning. Now these are the things which are coming up. So you first find out what are the needs. Accordingly, you design a course on AI, or course on machine learning, or whatever. Now, what is our objective? So first, broad objective, decide that, you know, artificial intelligence, how does it work and how it is beneficial, and then topic wise, so sub division of those objectives you have to do. Grouping the specific objectives into subjects. So then you make different subjects in that. In AI also there can be developed very variety of subjects, and then driving the subjects from the above classification and specification of required time. Now the timeline is also very important, and here again you have to align with your institutional framework. So how much credit course it is, how many hours you can allocate on that, all these things again should be a part of your broad planning, where your institutional heads or program heads or activity heads, or you call them area heads, whatever. Based on that, you need to understand the time also, because only then you can decide the content looking at the time. And then finally you come to the syllabus formulation. So this is the overall process of curriculum design. So curriculum design cannot happen in silos. Curriculum design, you have to look at the overall program requirements and then the objectives, the program level objective, and then you subdivide at the course level objectives. And within a course, what different subjects you can offer, and then time allocation. So it is a funneling down approach. You start from top, you come down, you break it down, you further break it down, and then you move on. And then you come to the syllabus formulation. A syllabus would be individual for each subject. So a course, and then you move to the particular subject. Now, what are the important elements of a curriculum? Old research, but classical research by Mr. Taylor, who discussed the 4 basic questions that should be covered in a curriculum. They're still relevant. They're still relevant. What educational purposes should the institutions seek to attain? Right? What educational experience can be provided that is likely to be obtained the purpose? How can these educational experiences be effectively organized? And then how can we determine whether these purposes are being attained? So you start with the purpose. Remember, we discussed about the need analysis. So need analysis gives you the purpose. That what educational purpose should the institute seek to attain? So first institutional level thing, then you come down to the educational experience can be provided that is likely to obtain the purpose. Now within that, when you decide your basic purpose, then what experiences can serve that purpose, and how these educational experience can be effectively organized. So here comes the further detailing, a dissection of that purpose, that which different kinds of experience and how to organize them. And then you come to find out whether these purposes are being attained. So this is the last part, but this is only after you dealt with the topic. Because how much you have attained, this is a kind of feedback that will happen after you complete that exercise, and then you try to map it later. And this is not possible without having a feedback. So following are the 4 elements which answers those 4 basic questions. If you look at, first is the aims and objectives. Second is the content and learning experiences. Third is the method and organization. And fourth is evaluation. So when we talk about curriculum design, curriculum is not only content. Syllabus or content is only one part. Right? Before that, you have to identify the aims and objectives of the course, and then you decide the content. Then what methodology would be useful for that. So here I have seen a lot of sessions have been happened on pedagogy and other things. So I will not focus more on learning experience, because there have been a full-fledged sessions on learning objectives. What is the difference between course objective and learning objectives? I hope these all things have been covered. So I will not focus much on that. Pedagogy also, a lot of discussion has already happened. Different kinds of teaching pedagogies and methods. So here I will not focus more on that. I will discuss more on the structure part. So we'll start with the aims and objectives, and these 2 elements, since I expect it is covered, otherwise you are free to discuss, and whenever or wherever you have an inquiry related to that, we can discuss on that. And the most important part is evaluation. We are going for various international accreditations. in management, we have AMBA and AACSB and TEQIP. They are the 3 globally renowned accreditations. You go to any accreditation system, first thing they talk about is your teaching learning process. What is your teaching learning process? And within the teaching learning process, the heart of teaching learning process is AOL, that is assurance of learning. Now, when you talk about the assurance of learning, it is not only curriculum you come out, evaluation is also important. And your evaluation should be ensuring that what are your objectives, whether these objectives are checked properly with your evaluation system. So it's not very random system that, okay, there will be a half-yearly exam or a final exam, or there would be some exercises. No. When your planning should be such that your evaluation is also checking on the different components, right? I'll not go into much details of teaching learning process and AOL. There you have a program level objectives, then you have a course level objectives, and there's a detailed mapping is needed between program level objectives and course level objectives. So you say PLO and CLO, these kind of terminologies are used where you have to map whether my course is conforming to the objectives of the program, and program need to map with the institutional vision and mission. So your program levels objectives are conforming to the vision and mission, and your course level objectives are conforming to the program level objectives. And the detailed matrix or rubrics is prepared, and we map, and then we identify, okay, these are the things we need to do. So our evaluation system should also clearly tell that which objective you are evaluating with which kind of exercise or exam or quiz or a group assignment or whatever. That is very important, because only then you can connect, and then your good, robust, solid curriculum design will be completed. So the objectives should be based on the desired outcome of teaching learning process. I just explained very briefly about the teaching learning process, but that is the heart of any academic system, any academic program. So development of knowledge, skills, values, attitudes, and habits. Now that is very important. In new education policy also, they have talked about the value-based education. Saying is easy, lecturing is easy, but practicing it and implementing it is the most tough task. So how to develop this knowledge? There's an old, we say KSA framework, knowledge, skills, and attitude. Now, along with that, you have to inculcate the values, and you have to inculcate habits. That's why if you look at whether engineering programs or management programs or medical programs, first year is always a very, very heavy for a student, because what we do there, we load them a lot. Why? It's not because we want to torture them. Idea is to make that thing as a part of their habit, right? The rigorous working in groups, working individually, analytical exercises and all, that should be part of their habit. When they pass out from the course, it should be habit. So that is also very, very important. Now, certain taxonomy, I'm not sure, but I expect that various of these terminologies you might have already dealt with. I'll discuss in brief. If you need attention, if you need detailed discussion, we can go on. But I'm assuming some part of that might be covered. I'm not sure it is or it is not. So I'm briefly covering, and any details if you need, we can discuss. Please feel free. Feel free to stop me and then discuss. We all are professors and we understand. If you will not stop me, then as a professor, you keep on going and going and going. Okay. So if you look at the taxonomy that is used, knowledge, when we say knowledge, right? We were talking about these terms, knowledge, and so what do you mean by knowledge? So knowledge means you say you are able to define something. you can describe or identify something. So when you can do these kind of things, you can define something, you can describe something, you are attaining knowledge of that. Then second level comes comprehension. So first is that. Second is comprehension. Comprehension requires explanation, paraphrasing, inferences from that, right? So I can describe, I know that, but can I infer meaning from that? Can I understand the meaning of that? Can I explain it to a so that they can understand it? Then is application. I know something, but I don't apply, or I cannot apply. I have gone through a course where I have discussed about a particular thing. So suppose in finance we use ratios for analysis. So you know the ratios because you understand the concept behind it. You know the formulas of ratios. You can explain and infer meanings. But the problem is you have not done the real life application. You have not taken the real life data and worked on that. So application part is related to solve, predict, and operate. So in our system, in finance, probably it is related to solving. In many fields, it is related to prediction, or predicting something. In engineering field, in many areas like mechanical engineering and so on, electrical, it is operate. Whatever you have learned, can you operate that? Can you understand the circuit? Can you operate on that? Then is analysis. Analysis is one level more, that you should be able to differentiate, relate, and select. So if I give you a set of things, you should be able to differentiate, okay, what is this, what is this, what is this? So it's a diode, it's a triode, or whatever in your terminology in circuits you use. Similarly, here in humanities or in management language, when a lot of data is given to you, you should be able to differentiate. You should be able to group them in a related group. So assorted data, random data is given to you. You should be able to pick out the similar things, group them in one. So this means your analytical power is there. You can differentiate, you can relate that which is related to what, and then you can select accordingly. So this is another level of your understanding. And then comes synthesis. Synthesis is you organize, create, and develop. Now up till this level is okay. Now synthesis part is one level up than analysis. Can you organize things? So suppose same data is given, you have differentiated, you can relate, you can select, but can you organize them in a manner so that something which we want to attain can be obtained with that organizing? Can you create things with the knowledge, comprehension, and application and analysis? Can you create something? So you have something in your mind with all these things, because you have the knowledge, you can comprehend, you have understanding of applying it. So it's a kind of applied science kind of a thing where you can apply that understanding, and you have the analytical power. With all that you are having, can you synthesize? Means can you create something? Can you develop something? So this is a next level of application. This application was solving, prediction, and operate. Something which is already existing, you develop the understanding of that, you comprehend, and then you are able to use that. But here is another level of application. You have some innovative idea in your mind. Now, with this knowledge, comprehension, application, and analytical power, can you devise something new? Can you develop some new model? Can you develop some new equipment? Can you create some new theory? Can you organize it in a different manner? So here comes that level, which called synthesis. And then evaluation. Now, evaluation is also very important, because if you have a proper understanding, knowledge, if you have analytical power, then you can always discuss, criticize, you can judge things. It is good or it is not good, why it is not good, why it is good. You can give your own reasoning, right? So you can appraise whether things are going right or wrong. You can criticize whether it is correct or it is not correct. You can judge whether it is right or wrong. So these things they have a level, right? If you can inculcate all these things in your student, then the purpose of that learning completes. The student understand, he has a knowledge, he can comprehend, he can apply, he can analyze, think, right? And then he can synthesize. By that, then he can work on new things. And then he has ability. Now, if you are discussing on that, he can appraise, criticize, and judge. These are the 5 levels. These are the 5 levels of your objectives. So when you are designing your objectives of curriculum, you need to take care of these things, that your curriculum design should cover all these aspects of learning levels. These are the learning levels, right? So this is very important. I can say this is the skeleton, this is the backbone of your curriculum design. Because if you are not covering, your objectives are not covering all these elements, then somewhere something is missing. So this we need to take care. Now, the content can have different meanings. Now, this was the overall structure, right? Objectives. Now you come to the content part. Now, when you talk about the content, now there in content you need to see that list of subject for a grade or a year or level. So this you need to understand that subjects are for which grade or for which year or for which level. Now, depending on that, you know, you are dealing with the same thing. Can be, basic courses can be designed, and the master level courses can be designed on the same thing, and then you can go even for the doctoral level on the same thing. Discussion level changes. Your objectives of that course changes. So we teach same thing in graduation and in masters and in doctoral. The depth is going to increase at each level. So it is very important that when you are designing the content, when you are finding out and deciding the content of your course out of the part of your curriculum design, you need to understand that the content you are developing for which grade or for which year of the student or which level of the program. Then you need to identify the disciplines. Which discipline you are talking about. There are certain courses which have, mixing. I mean, like if I talk about in managerial courses, we have a course called mergers and acquisition. Now, mergers and acquisition deals with one company acquiring another company, or two companies are merging and forming a larger company. Now the question is, which area should teach it? There are a lot of human resource angle, because there are different work culture in one company. I give you a real example. Say Tata Steels acquired Chorus. Chorus was a Dutch and British company. So their prime manufacturing setup was, or still is in England, and some setup is in Holland. Right now, Holland and England, European culture, workforce is European, and Indian company has acquired that company. Don't you think a lot of different working culture is there? Our value system is different than their value system. Here, if you are working only for 8 hours, you are termed kamcho. There, if you are working more than your work hours, you are considered kamcho, because they believe that you are not doing good work, so you are extending your work. In India, the definition is different. If you want to prove that you are a hard worker, you generally extend beyond your timing. Now, these are the elements related to human resource. So this mergers and acquisition is a human resource course also. Mergers and acquisition is a pure finance course also, because when you try to find out the valuation, right? My share price is this, your share price is this. Now two companies are merging. So what will be the new company share, and what my shareholder will get and what your shareholder will get. So the valuation comes into picture, and a lot of elements of finance, accounts, and strategic finance comes into picture. At the same time, it is a strategic decision also. So mergers and acquisition is taught by HR people also, taught by finance people also, taught by strategy people also, because this is a very strategic decision that company would like to go for this kind of inorganic growth. Should I acquire? Should I merge? What should I do? Or amalgamation should be done. So a strategical point also, and how it should be done. It should be hostile, or it should be, we should pay them well, and then, or if we should acquire by acquiring hostility from the market. You are not willing to merge with me, but your shares are available in the market, and I have a financial muscle power, so I start purchasing, right? So a lot of strategical issues also come into picture. At the same time, it is taught through law faculty also, because a lot of law related things are there. It's very, very legal, because when two companies are merging, a lot of legal complications are also there. And if it's within India, then only one jurisdiction, Indian Penal Code or the laws of India will come. But if the two different companies of two different original country, then these legal issues and international laws and the laws of your country and laws of other country will also come into picture. So it's very, very complex things, right? So discipline also, you need to decide that I am designing this course from the finance perspective, or from the strategy perspective, or from which perspective. Same course may be taught, same in engineering also. There may be some courses like electronics and computer science, right? Electronics and electrical science. You have certain branches like power electronics, right? You have mechatronics, where electronics and mechanical. So there are certain courses, fundamental courses, which can be taught for mechanical students. They can be taught for electronic also, right? So you need to decide for which discipline you are designing this course. Otherwise, you may choose a content which is not that relevant. So you should be very, very focused and clear that for which discipline you are designing this course, because one particular subject may be taught in different disciplines. So that is also very, very important. I try to correlate with business as well as with engineering. I don't know how much successfully I could do it for engineering, but this was my basic understanding. That's what I know. There are certain courses, always in all streams it happens, right? You take example of medical science. You have an MBBS course and you have a BDS course. Now, dental surgery is related to your job, but whole physiology is taught to them, and the physiology is also taught to the general physician, right? So physiology, you are designing the course of physiology for BDS students, or you are designing the course for the MBBS students, and the same when you go for the super specialization. So there you have the courses like DM cardio or MCH. Now the same thing will be used there also, but then which content is useful there and which content is useful there? Here we as a teacher, we need to identify that. So the right selection is very important of this content, and that will come only when we have a clear idea for which level, for which grade we are designing, and which discipline, for which discipline we are designing. And then comes the specific subject, right? So then you come out with the specific subject that, okay, this particular subject, now I'm devising. So I just give another example from my side. Like we teach, I'm a man of finance and accounts. We have a course called financial accounting, which we use for our MBA students. We have also started MBA HR, human resources. Now, human resources is a specialized course. Accounting and finance beyond a particular level they don't need, right? So there in normal MBA we teach them financial accounting, then financial management 1 and financial management 2. Here what we have done, when we are designing a course for MBA HR, and we know that HR people will specialize in HR, they have nothing to do with finance, only the basic understanding. So here we rename the course. So the specific subject financial accounting is in MBA, but the same specific subject, obviously with the trimming of certain contents and adding some contents related to HR, we call it accounting for management, right? If you will look at the content, you will find some content is similar. It has to be, because the core courses are finance and accounts. But then the content detailing which is there in MBA general program and the content detailing which is required for HR is different, right? So here I mean a specific subject. Then you devise that subject. You can rename it the way you want. AI applications in this or AI application in this and so on. Right? Artificial intelligence may be applied in variety of fields. Though I'm not a technical guy, but research we are doing on AI also, but not on the technology, but the application of technology in business. Recently we are working on AI application in Indian healthcare system. So you need to focus on which particular area you are planning and then developing them. So this KSA framework, earlier also I've used this word KSA. So content has three components which are considered in the selection of content. So when you are choosing the content, when you are trying to find out the relevant content, you should look at this knowledge, skill and attitude part. When we talk about knowledge, right? So now knowledge, now I'm breaking the knowledge. Earlier we have discussed the levels, right? So knowledge, and then we come to the comprehension part, and then finally terminate at the synthesis level. Here is the further dissection of knowledge. Now when we talk about knowledge, what you need to cover under knowledge part? Concepts. So you have concepts, you have principles, you have theories, and then you have laws, right? Each course, whether it's a arts or it's a science or it's commerce, in each area, every course have these kinds of things. So concepts are regularities in objects of event and design by levels, right? Specific concept related to anything. Now here my hands are tight. I don't know detail in depth about the technology. So here I'm sorry, but I'm using examples from other field other than your core field. I hope some of you might be from the humanities side of the engineering. So here my hands are tied. I'm really sorry for that. But we have accounting concepts, opportunity cost or marginal cost concept, the basic concept, the base on which you tell, okay, this is the concept. Now based on that concept, you further move on to the principles. So we have accounting concepts, and then we say from the accounting concepts, you derive the accounting principles. Concepts converted into principles. These are the principles you have to follow. So this is significant relationship between and among the concepts. So between and among the concepts, different concepts, you need a significant relationship. So you come out with the principles. Principles deal with that. Then theories. Theories contain a set of logically related principles. Logically related principles. Okay. Logically related principles that attempt to explain a phenomenon. So there is also a hierarchy. Concept is silo, means unique. Then relationship between the concepts when you try. Okay, so then you get principles. That is the relationship between the different concepts. One silo, then you connect them. So your principle is there. Now, when you have a sets of logically related principles, now the principles you are logically relating, then you try to explain a phenomena, then you comes with the theory. So theory of relativity in physics, we did that and so on, right? So these theories come into picture, and then based on that, theories that have wide applicability and have been continuously proven to hold true. So here we do a research also, and many theories are converted into law because of our observations and practice. When those theories are continuously used, and every time we get the same or almost similar results, that means we say this is a law. So the theories are converted into law. Law of Archimedes and all these kind of things we have done. In economics, we have the law of diminishing marginal utility and law of demand, etc. So there is also a hierarchy. We start with silo, individual concept. Then we find out the related concepts and we find the relationship. So we say this is a principle. And many principles, when they are put together to explain any particular phenomena, we say it's a theory. And when the theory is repeatedly tested and find fruitful and giving the same result, then we say it's a law. So these are the components of knowledge. These are the components of knowledge. Then skill is also important. Now, skill is related to what? Now, skill is, it is used in handling, dealing with or transforming information and concepts. So skill is inculcating qualities in them that they can use that knowledge which they have obtained or attained, right? So it is dealing with the transforming information and concepts. Whatever concepts or principles or laws, in nutshell, if I say whatever knowledge you have acquired, then how you can use that. So are we giving them some skill set so that they can use that? And engineering is very, very important. Engineering has to be applied, right? And that's the reason you have workshops. In management is nothing like a workshop. We used to have a computer lab during my days of doing MBAs, and nowadays that also not needed. Earlier, the AICTE used to emphasize a lot of computers. This should be the ratio. Now everyone carries laptops. Even phone itself is sufficient, right? So the physical requirement of computer lab is also over for management. But still in engineering, these workshops are very, very important. So you have different kinds of workshops. I was fortunate, I got an opportunity to visit NIT Trichy, where they have tied up with Siemens, and with the help of Siemens, they have developed various kinds of robotics lab, they have developed the AI lab, IoT lab, and so on, right? So these labs give a lot of opportunities to the student where they apply their knowledge and they attain the skills to use that on a variety of platforms. So in mechanical, you have these lathe machines and all, right? And everywhere. So in all your fields, electrical related labs, you have electronics related labs. So these develop the skills in them. Okay, I have given certain skill sets required in finance also, like use of ratios. Can you use those ratios? Ratio is a tool which you use to analyze company's financial health, right? So once you have the knowledge of ratios, can you apply them? So that is one thing. Then capital budgeting techniques, etc. Use of use of machine or circuit, that is related to you from the engineering side. So that's the skill. These two are little bit related to the course. Third part, which we talk about the attitude, is common for all. Whether it is engineering side or medical side, or even if it is management side, this attitude component is common for all of us, because attitude deals with the human behavior. Everywhere it's we as a human, our engineers, our doctors, our managers, our politicians, and so on. So here the attitude is have feeling and emotional tones, like openness, respect for others, rights, right? I'm doing something. There's an old saying that you got freedom. That freedom does not mean you can do any damn thing. Your freedom is still you are not disturbing others' freedom, right? So you should be respectful for others' right. There should be openness in system. You should be open to learn. At the same time, you should be open to get criticism. And then because if you're not open, then you will not learn. Teacher's job is to evaluate, right? And many times we give our feedback. We may criticize. Criticism is not only, it's not negative. Criticism talks about both positives and negatives. We have to tell them, right? So we need to develop that attitude. So they should be open, they should respect for others' right, and the values that I have added, because the new education policy is also focusing on that. Now, values serves as a basis for determining appropriate attitudes and behaviors. This is a behavioral scientist perspective. If you look at, So values are the extension of your attitude, right? So they provide appropriate attitudes and behaviors like truth, honesty, justice. Now, how do we inculcate that? That is very important. And this is something which is missing in current system. You might have observed, I've been teaching since almost 2001 onwards, full-time teaching. Before that, I was teaching when I was in industry part-time. So almost 25 years of experience. I've seen a lot of changes. Values are shifting. Students, they treat now teachers as also a commodity, education also as commodity, and for them we are paying for it. And since we are paying for it, you should do it, right? Now these things, not technical in nature, but very critical and very difficult in managing, right? So how to inculcate these qualities like truthfulness, honesty, and justice? There's also a role of a teacher, and our curriculum design should also take care of that. Many of you might be wondering how it is possible. Yeah, not directly, but indirectly, yes. Indirectly, it is possible, and when you design, that time you have to take care of that. Say, for example, I just give examples from my side. Okay, in accounts, the most important thing is honesty and truthfulness. So we have a system we call, how much transparent your system can be, right? So we use the word disclosures. The things should be disclosed, and disclosure norms should be very, very rigid and should be followed very strictly. If you look back, the earlier accounting system and accounting standards, this disclosure norms were not there. So many companies, what you used to do, I'm trying to give you a very simple example so that you can understand. Now, when you go and purchase something, suppose you go and purchase a fridge, a refrigerator, or a car, or a scooter, or maybe a soap or a shampoo, what we pay on MRP. So what we pay 100 rupees, suppose 120 rupees is the price. We are paying this 120. Now please understand, this 120 includes the sale price of that product plus the government taxes over that. That means the sale might be of rupees 100 and 20 rupees we are paying for the taxes. So we are paying 120. Right? Now earlier what companies used to do, when they will book their sale, they will say that my sale is 120. And this 20 rupees taxes, somewhere in expenses they will show as taxes as expense. Now is it correct? No. Because my product which I sold to you was having the price 100. So actually my sale should be counted on 100 only. But to give you a better picture of my sale, I will include tax also, and I'll say my sale was 120. And I will not disclose it properly, but I will, because I cannot cheat, because my results are audited. So this 20 rupees I will show it my expense, and then my profits will be reduced. Now it is not there. With the new norms, more disclosures, now it's not there. Now it's very clearly said, sale means your sale excluding tax. So by disclosing more disclosure norms, it is possible that they may like or they may not like, but you are making them more truthful. Now when they are representing their results, they are more truthful, right? So these things we need to inculcate. Honesty and justice, again we can preach. There's an old saying, when you point one finger towards someone, then 3 fingers are also pointing towards you. So when as a teacher, if we want to inculcate these qualities of truthfulness, honesty, and justice, we need to be a role model. We should be just. Our treatment to the student should also be equal. There should be no favoritism. There should be nothing like, okay, he has criticized me, in feedback he is not given good, so I'll deduct 2 marks from that. Students, then so first we have to be role model, and we are role model, then only we can ask for these things. So here the saying in Hindi, na, "Khud badloge tab yug badle." I think Pandit Sharma ji, Gayatri Parvar, they used to use this line. हम बदलेंगे तो युग बदलेगा और खुद बदलोगे तो युग बदलेगा. So first, as a teacher, as an instructor, we also need to inculcate these qualities. And then when we go into the class, then we can also vouch for that. And your action will automatically make your students learn, right? That yes, what he's saying is correct because he is also doing that. It should not be like many honorable politicians where they say something else and do something else. Then nobody gives weightage. So next time when that person comes and talks about a lot of promises, people just laugh. Okay, it's fine. Earlier also you said something. It should not be like that. Only then these qualities can be inculcated. Fine. Then criteria for selection of this content. What are the criteria? We have talked about the type of content. Now, what should be the criteria? So the criteria is relevance, obviously. Content should reflect real or near to real life scenario. Right? I've used this word business scenario because all engineering and everything ultimately culminating into business. Technologies are being developed for businesses, or if not for businesses, for the individuals, but again they are taken over by businesses and then they are provided to public. So I've used this business scenario deliberately. So content should reflect that. Then the balance between what? Balance between the theory and practice. One of the research earlier quoted by AICTE also, that hardly 7 to 8% of the theory what we teach in classroom is actually used in practice. Though that is changing now. Now every education is more practical oriented and more real life oriented. So this is changing, but it cannot be 100%. So we need to try to a perfect fit or the balance between the theory and practice. There should also be a balance between the domains and learning. Right. So this balancing is also very important. It should not be 100% theoretical paper that the students are just going, and it can never be 100% practice oriented also, because before sending them for practice, some basic things we need to tell. So looking at the course, this requirement can change. It can be a 60% theory and 40% practice when it comes to the courses like us in management. It can be reverse. It can be 70-80% practice oriented and 20-30% theoretical when it comes to the engineering side, especially mechanical, electrical, and computer science. So there should be a balance, and that balancing, there is no thumb rule. You use your common sense, you use your observations, and you use your understanding about the changing scenario. Looking at all these things, then you decide what should be the balance that we need to follow. Then the validity. Validity refers to accuracy or inaccuracy of the content. Now, this is also important. Many times it happens, Jai Ho Google Baba, anything. So we just type on Google, we get some information, we use it. Be very careful when you are doing this kind. Because Google provides, or any these kind of information sources provides you information right from old to new. Many times it happens that source is not new. You search something, you get something, you take out, and later you find that has already changed. So accuracy of the content need to be checked before we discuss it in the class. It should not happen that you teach something, or we inculcate or include some content which is outdated now, right? So those things are very important. I can give you a real example. 2 years back, Indian New Companies Act came, and then IFRS, that is International Financial Reporting Standards, we adopted to that. Our all companies which are listed in the stock market now preparing their results with the International Financial Reporting Standards. You would be surprised. I'm part of certain BOS of some universities. I'll not name that university, but in 2 universities, government universities. When the BUS happened, I found that they are still following the old formats which are redundant now. Now you tell me, you are teaching something which is inaccurate now because the formats have changed. Companies have also started reporting in a different format, and you are still teaching them old format. And there are certain new terminologies which are used in the new format which are not even teaching them. Now, where is the connect between the theory and practice? So you are teaching them some redundant thing because you have not updated or you have not taken care that it is already changed. If the New Companies Act has come up, still you are talking about the Companies Act 1956. However, the Companies Act 2013 has already passed, enacted, and functional since 2016. So these things we need to be very, very careful. What content we are choosing, it should be accurate. Accurate in terms of correctness, accurate in terms of validity. That means some new thing has not superseded it. So that we also need to check. Then learnability. Content should be selected in consideration with the learner's level of development. This is also important. Human body you teach to a primary student also in class 5th and 6th. And human body is taught at 12th standard also when you prepare for medical. And the human body is also taught when you enter into medical college as a basic physiology. And it is also taught when you go to the master's course. So you do MS or MD. And the same physiology is also taught when you go for the super specialization. So same thing is being taught at different level. It's very important at which level, what kind, and to what depth you need to decide the content. It's just like same thing. No? Basic concepts are also there, and you do PhDs also and postdoctoral also, right? So learnability is also important. Who is your audience? Who is your target? You know, which level, which standard, which grade of level you are discussing. It's an undergraduate level, it's a postgraduate level, it's a doctoral level. Accordingly, your content should be decided. And then feasibility. Feasibility means this is very important. Many of us come from various private as well as government setup. Each setup has its own dynamics, limitations, and hence this feasibility is very, very important. Okay. Being a biotechnology student or being an electronic student, I need a sophisticated equipment to teach something, some concept. But my institute has not capability to acquire that high-tech equipment. But I have, because it's an ideal thing, I have looked at the other parts and I have included them. They are relevant also. They are going with the level also. But our institute has not that facility, right? Can we do that? So resources is important, like human, physical, financial, all. Again, recently I was there in that university. I was discussing with the vice chancellor. They have started a course, engineering course in AI. Engineering course. So like your computer science and electronics, there is a branch they have started, artificial intelligence. Engineering and artificial intelligence. I just asked, how many faculty members are trained and they know about the AI? None. None. Not a single faculty member. So what will you do? No, I'll outsource it. I'll get it from outside. Now tell me, is it not a resource constraint in terms of human? If you don't have people, you don't have physical infrastructure, you don't have financial capability to provide that kind of a lab, but you are introducing something just because it's a buzzword, just because you think it's a new course, it will attract more students. We need to understand the feasibility. Also feasibility in terms of time allotment. How much time is allotted to us for that particular thing? So, and here comes the institution or university calendar, whether it fits into calendar or not. And then enabling legislation and regulatory norms, whether it is allowed as per the norms. We want to do a lot of creative things, but then many times this works as limiter, right? Sometimes regulatory norms do not allow, or legislation do not allow. So why to do something which is not allowed and waste our time and energy? Better decide and develop that kind of a thing which is fitting in all these. And then you decide, and then you discuss, and then you design and then work. Now, instructional component of the curriculum provides for the interaction between teacher, student, and content. So these includes the teaching methods and learning activities. As I said, these two things. While I was going through the content of this program, I found that you have discussed. There was a separate session on learning outcomes, and there was a separate sessions related to this teaching methods, and especially after COVID, teaching is entirely changed. Now the way we are meeting, am I audible? Am I audible to you all?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, fine.
Yes, sir, audible.
Fine. There was some message that there's something gone wrong, so I thought to find out. Thank you so much. Okay. So teaching methods, now lot of teaching methods, and since you have already gone through, so the time I'll not discuss much on that, but I'll just few lines I'll discuss. Time has come for blended learning, where face-to-face as well as online learning need to be blended. And online learning has given us a lot of powers, at the same time limitations. Like individually, when I'm teaching, if I am face-to-face, I find it better as compared to this mode. But there are many things which this kind of a system has enabled, which otherwise face-to-face was not there. Now, I want to connect with a noble laureate. I want to connect with a world-renowned expert on my topic. Physically, it was not possible, but now with this new technology, and since all of us are using it, it is very easy. So now we are hosting a lot of sessions which are being organized, and we are getting people from United Nations, we are getting people from World Bank, and they are taking sessions, and our students are at their home. So both positivity, we should look at the positive side rather more, and hence the blended learning can be a good option after the corona menace goes down. I think blended learning, and we had already experimented and we had already started certain programs we have recently launched. They are on the blended learning mode, means initially they will come for a few days, and then during the program they will come for a few days, and at the end of the program they will come for a few days, and rest days they are at their place, because that we have developed for the working executives anyways. And a lot of changes in teaching pedagogy. So flipped classroom is a new concept that many people have started using. With the technology, you can use various simulations, and simulators can be used in engineering. You have a lot of simulators available where physical facility is not available, then you can use them. I've even seen in NIT Trichy now they are into virtual labs, and a lot of practical also they are doing it through virtual labs. So a lot of things have come, and teaching pedagogies are also changing. If you look at the traditional one, so case studies and all we use. Some people use storytelling. In your cases, supplemented with examples and so on. So I will not go much into detail of that. Learning or activities are also important. Can you devise certain activities which enhance the learning? Right? So criteria for learning experience, again, appropriateness and feasibility, two things, again they will come. Appropriateness is again based on their domain, their level, which course accordingly you should design your learning experience. Same with the feasibility in terms of time, qualification, experience, and availability of resources, both, plus the safety and legal considerations. variety. Different activities and methods are required by different disciplines and domains. Different disciplines wise, variety is available. You can choose among that. Optimal value, learning experiences should encourage learners to continue learning on their own. So again, learning part, I'll just skip. So what is the structure of a curriculum? So I would like to focus more here. That is more relevant to my topic. So first is the general information about that subject for which you are developing this curriculum. General information should be interesting, so that by reading it should create interest. I'm talking particularly where it is elective kind of a course. Elective means, I mean, you might be using some different term for the same thing, but here the idea is where it's a bidding and the people are going through your content and then deciding about the course. So that we need to check. General information, then introduction and scope. Now scope is very important. Introduction is fine, you can give a brief intro about your subject, but then you need to clearly define the scope of it, because when we don't define the scope, then discussion may also go in any direction, because there is no limit. Again, I reiterate, each topic you can discuss at primary school level, middle school level, senior school level, graduation level, post-graduation level, doctoral level, and post-doctoral level. On the same topic, each level you can go and discuss. So this scope is very important. It gives you a boundary that, okay, beyond this we will not go. So that is important. And then course objectives you have to decide, that also we had discussed earlier. And learning outcomes, you had a detailed discussion on learning outcomes. There's a difference between objectives and learning. Learning outcomes is what you expect that after completion of the course, the student should be able to do this. That's the part of learning. Objective is what you want to inculcate, and learning outcome is actually the outcome. Whatever you will do, what will be the outcome of that? And then pedagogy also you have discussed. So what pedagogy you are using? It's only lecture. It's a lecture, or it's a flipped classroom kind of a setup you will use, or it is cases you will use, or you will use some other things. So that should be clearly mentioned in your course outlines. We call it course outlines when you are designing a curriculum. So in your subject outlines, that should be clearly mentioned that what would be your methodology in terms of teaching. And then comes the evaluation scheme. So are there any group assignments? Are there any individual assignments? Will there be any case? Or in your case, it can be a lab or the practice part, right? So whether there be a lab kind of a thing, or the lab testing kind of a thing. Will there be quizzes, or there will be tests? Will it be midterm or end term? Or in the yearly system, half yearly, or final exam, or something like that? Again, I would like to reiterate, though we had discussed earlier, this is a very, very important thing. Why? Because all those learning hierarchy, right? You need to check knowledge, you need to check skills. Those, your evaluation scheme should be designed in such a manner that all those things which you want to inculcate, you should be able to check with your evaluations. So which kind of assignment, which kind of quiz, which kind of exam, idea is that it should check their conceptual understanding, their knowledge about course, and their application part also need to be checked. So it should not be a theoretical paper, just describe this, write theories. No, there should be application oriented things. So you can devise a kind of a situation, and then you can ask him to react on the situation where those fundamentals might be used. So this is the way we should find out. So this evaluation scheme should be elaborate, clear, and it should tell students that this component of evaluation is checking this. And then obviously comes the content, on which we had a detailed discussion, that the content, relevance, of content should be there. Level, we should see at which level, so appropriateness and all those things which we have discussed on the content, including the feasibility. Looking at all elements, you will choose a right content. I'm using this right word because right means most appropriate as per the within constraint. And then learning resources. So text and reference books. You will use which textbook, you will use which reference books. We need to ensure that those reference books should be available in our library, whether digital library or physical library. Access of those things should be there. If you are using cases, if you are using anything else, encyclopedia or anything else, any readings or research papers or articles, they should be properly provided, and the access should also be made to the students. There can be pre-reads also, right? So when we design, we write, okay, this session, this particular topic we will discuss. Then this is the suggestive reading and this is the pre-reading is required. So we give all details and we prepare a docket where all these things are there, including cases, readings, everything. And the docket is given pre-hand before the starting of the session to all the students. And then it is expected as per the plan, and the session-wise plan is given. So there is everything is mentioned. Textbook, which chapter, which page, that is there. To that level, we go and explain. So that gives a clear understanding that they cannot say, sir, I have searched book, but I did not find where it is. Now it is not possible. If I have given you the book name, the chapter, and the page numbers of that book, you can't say that I could not find it. So learning resources are important, and access of these resources to the student is all the more important. Okay. Now, the main thing is learning. Now, learning, if you look at, I've divided into two parts, x-axis and y-axis. If you look at one upper part, I'm saying on the job, means when learning you acquire while working, and the learning you acquire off the job. There are a lot of learnings that we learn. We are not on the formal job, but informally we learn. In each organization, you have formal groups and informal groups. The formal group is like, okay, this is my boss. So he's my area head, and the area head is reporting to dean, and dean is reporting to director, or the dean or director might be reporting to the vice chancellor. That's a formal hierarchy. Informally, a vice chancellor might be playing cricket with you all and have a different report, right? So many things we learn on the job and many things we learn off the job. Similarly, few things we learn because of the conscious efforts. We put our conscious efforts to learn that. That's a formal setup. Other is unconscious. Unconsciously, we learn a lot of things, right? So this matrix works out. Now, when you are on the job, consciously you try, you making and taking learning opportunities at work. This is consciously done in a, right? But what happens when you are on the job, but unconsciously you are learning many things, accidental learning at work that happens. Okay. Similarly, when you are off the job and consciously you try to learn, it is like a structured learning experiences. It is courses, workshops, or a lot of out of curricular activities, right? So their conscious efforts are for learning, but they are not part of the formal set or the formal curriculum. Beyond that, we are going and doing. So it can be through the workshops or the training programs, or it can be any structured learning experience, which is off the job, but it is structured and you are consciously attending and doing. Another is accidental learning at home and socially. I mean, some elderly person is giving wisdom. You get some pearls of wisdom and then you apply and you find them useful. So, Dadi Ma ke nuskhe, Nani Ma ke nuskhe, and these kind of things we used to get. These are our informal learning, informal or unconscious learning of the job. We Indians are habitual of using turmeric, tulsi, ginger, which has a medicinal value, and it is inculcated in our part, right? It's not that consciously we have learned, we have seen, so unconsciously we have absorbed it. But if you go to Europe, if you go to US, these things they have to learn consciously because that's not their part of their society or the societal system. So learning is all around. You should be open. That's why the openness we discussed earlier is required. And then if you're open, you can learn from everywhere. Formally, consciously also, formally, unconsciously also. Off the job, consciously and unconsciously. This is just to describe that. Now the learning is never ending. Yes, we all know that. And we started with that note. We all are lifelong learners. Being a teachers, they are. Everyone learns lifelong, but our job is particularly requires that. So continuous updates are needed in our curriculum to keep pace with the fast and changing global environment. And recently, I hope after pandemic, everyone has witnessed. It is not theory now. Everyone has practiced, and this session is also a part of the practice we are witnessing. So what to do? When environment is changing, so what to do? So curriculum planning cycles. Now the design part is done. Now we are talking about the continuous updation, right? That is needed. So you need to be constantly assess the need. So need assessment has to be done. And for that, accordingly, you will design. After designing, you will implement. And after implement, you will check the output. And from the output, you find out the gaps. And those gaps again gives you opportunity to identify the need. And then this keeps on doing, keeps on doing, keeps on doing. Systems have changed. Many of us are coming from, university setup. And I think many universities, you might have seen their syllabuses are not updated or were not updated. Now things have improved a lot, but this continuous updation is needed. If we will not change with the time, then time will kick us out from the market. And number of examples, right? I use that in our training sessions also. What has happened to Kodak? Kodak refused to change. When these smartphones started coming in and the digital cameras started coming in, there was a consulting group which was hired by Kodak. They suggested that Kodak need to change their strategies because digital photography is coming and your photo rolls, because Kodak was master of those photo rolls. So this will be in trouble in future. They never bothered. They said nothing can replace the physical photography. Digital photography will never replace. And what is now? Nobody uses these rolls and all. Everything is turned into digital. Same thing, this petroleum, cars. Now you have electronic or electrical cars. All companies are working because they know whether it is Indian car manufacturer like Tata's or Maruti, or it is foreign car manufacturers like Volkswagen or Toyota. Anyone, all are working on electrical vehicles because the future is of electrical vehicles. If you will not change, then market will push you change. So your diesel engine or petrol engine may go redundant. I'm not saying for all kind of categories, but for some kind of categories they may go redundant, right? If you're not updating, if you're not changing, if you're not changing in the syllabus, if you're not changing the skill set in your students, then you are not making them future ready. So this constant updation is always needed. So aims, desired outcomes, that what will be able to. So now it's a time that we are not we are working in present, but we need to look a keen and open eyes and ears on future also. So that accordingly we need to design our content. Teaching and learning process will follow, and assessment and evaluation will follow accordingly. And with time, this assessment and evaluation pattern are also changing. Previously, it was only half-yearly and yearly exams. Then it is changed to semester kind of a system. In many places now, it is even a trimester kind of a system. And there also evaluation patterns are changing, right? So this outcome-based curricula, we call it outcome-based curricula, that you need to look at the outcome you need after some time. And based on that, you need to devise your curriculum right from now. Today, when you will start working, then you will be preparing future ready engineers, future ready workforce or technical force. What can be done? Each of us are having these area or department advisory committees, right? So area or department faculty members along with industry experts. Now there can be a perfect blend. All of you do that, I know, and but still I'll suggest, if it is not, please include 2 or 3 practitioners, senior practitioners, industry persons in your domain specific advisory or area advisory committee or department advisory. So computer science, electronics, each discipline in their own advisory committee or whatever you call it, board of studies or whatever term you use, please include senior people from industry. It will not only give you an opportunity to interact with industry and finding out the various projects and all for the students. At the same time, they can always suggest that what industry is requiring, and then accordingly you can update your syllabus, you can include more or develop new courses, right? Like in finance, I just tell, fintech I used here also. I think here also use fintech, financial technology. Now it's a combination of technology with understanding of finance. So you need technocrats who understand finance well. And that's the reason in MBAs, many of the engineers, when they are coming, many of these startups in financial technologies are posing a lot of challenges to the already established companies, right? Online assessment, online loan disbursement. You apply today, they ask you to document. They are using artificial intelligence, they are using machine learning, and after doing that analysis on online itself, within an hour or 2, they sanction a loan. You get the loan immediately. There's no need that you're going to a bank manager and doing that. Lot of things are happening, right? So if we are not in taking these things from industry, these science, so this financial technology course we introduced last year, because we could come to know that it's happening. Blockchain, everyone is talking about. We have also introduced our IT area has introduced blockchain 1.5 years back. So these changes you need to understand. So industry 4.0 requirement is altogether different. So whether it is AI, ML, or disruptive technology, blockchain, we need to change. I mean, these are just few examples. What I know, because I don't know much about technology, but what I could understand, these are the things which are happening. Similarly, in each discipline, things are changing. So if you include them, then it's possible. Similarly, your advisory committees at the higher level also, whether it is a board of management, a board of governors, or whatever structure you have, there also we should have industry experts, right? So they should explore the new areas in emerging technologies, and so like financial technologies and various blockchain-based transactions and services are coming. Again, I said with the limited understanding of technology, I'm using this term which I have come across and I know a bit about them. There are n number of things that is happening, right? So how to do that? I think here we need to take help from unless your BOG, your director, your vice chancellors, they are convinced that that should happen, only then you would be allowed to do. So though the order is reversed, I've talked in area, because where we have flexibility, we can. Content we can change. But when you're talking about the entirely new course development, then you need permission from the higher authorities. So if it is constantly done, then I think we can update. And then I'll conclude. There are sea changes in the way engineering programs are offered now, and pandemic is one impact, but there can be a similar kind of things happen in future. So a lot of scope is there to upgrade and change your curriculum. Finally, students are placed in companies, so the industry relevant syllabus is the need of an hour. Hence, activity participation from industry is useful, and for that, we need to develop their relationship with the industry. Engineering colleges, this is all the more important, because technological development and then the technology you are providing, and I know many engineering colleges, they are already in touch, but then we need to reinforce that relationship. And this will help institution universities to develop technology and products which are useful in day-to-day life, industry-sponsored research projects, and consulting assignments, to name some of the benefits. Again, the focus should be on applicability of those concepts, techniques, whatever we are talking about theoretically should actually come at ground level, grassroots level. If it is not supporting our farmers, it's not supporting our workers on shop floor, those kind of technologies which enable them so their efficiency improves is also need of the hour. And I think with the keeping all these things in mind, it can be done. It is not something which is impossible. So with this, I close this session, and I thank you all for being a very patient listener. Thanks. Thank you.
Prashantji, it was a nice interactive session, and I really am thankful from the bottom of my heart to you for all this time that you have spared. I understand it's quite a busy schedule that you have, but I am always grateful, and I will be grateful, and I'm looking forward for a new kind of interactive sessions that we might be planning in times to come. So thanks a lot. And on behalf of the Department of Management and Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College, I thank you a lot for being a part and giving us expert lecture on this very particular topic. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Parampal ji, and thanks to all the participants.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.